and time. I would like to kick off today's session, which is going to take a whole day. And thank you for everyone who joined as early as 7 a.m. In fact, I hear there are people who are in this call by 6 a.m. It shows the resilience, the drive, and the energy of our African developer, which is what we stand for. And that's why we have this session with Google to ensure that you have the right skills in AI and APIs at scale. So, in fact, this morning I woke up to sort out the sharing of the files that we have been sharing with the trainers. Now they're accessible. And I'll be sharing a couple of links which will pin on the chat so that you access everything you need for this session. I hope your machine is set up with the necessary tools to enable you to follow step by step from the presenters. Also, I would like to maybe share a few things. One, because this session is virtual, you can't be virtual and invisible, so choose the struggle. Everyone has the presenter mode enabled, which means you can enable at least your camera here and there. So you see there are people in the room. You can raise up your hand whenever it's possible. And we'll be given a chance to ask a question. Feel free to interrupt the speaker. Assume this is an in-person event. Definitely, it's not that we will not do an in-person event. We will do the in-person event. So this is just a build-up to make sure that by the time we do in-person event, your projects are ongoing. Something else is that this session starts today, but it's an ongoing self-study session. All the files will be shared on the event link that you registered for this event. Also, the videos recorded, this one being one among the many, will also be shared on that event page. We also have office hours, at least 1 or 2 hours every now and then, to follow up in case you have any question. Also, some of the trainers and us will be gracious to do in-person events in different cities where we might not be able to reach, and we can support virtually for 1 or 2 hours. So if you're in Dar es Salaam, that will be supported virtually. If you're in Uganda, that also will be supported virtually. If you're in Kaduna, Abuja, Accra, those will be supported virtually. Where we'll do 2 touch points is Lagos, Nairobi, and Joburg. So if you're from these places, make sure you join us when you're in the city, have a good time, and ensure that you're building. Just to mention, but this Graham will speak widely about, we'll have some giveaways in terms of swag and prices. But also we have recognizing badge that are quite nice from Google. So you're encouraged to create your developer profile, create Africa Stocking profile to access most of these awards and rewards that will be coming your way. In the meantime, if the speaker is fast, just request them to be a bit slow. If you're stuck somewhere or maybe you didn't understand something, also feel free to interrupt. And also utilize the chat to ask questions and share your experience. So without further ado, I welcome Graham to say a word or two and also to give us the juice of the event, especially on how you can win some awards while tweeting, sharing, and even sharing LinkedIn posts. If you're looking for me on LinkedIn, I'll have an accept within 5 minutes. You'll just search Michael Kimali, and we can get connected, and we move on to share what you share there and also ensure that there's enough reach for what you share. On Twitter, you can search M_K_global. That's me. You'll see me there. Once you follow and tag me, even if you don't follow and tag me, I'll help you reach more people. Thank you so much. Over to you, Graham.
Very much, MK. Good morning, everybody, from where you are joining us. I hope you are doing very well. Of course, congratulations to the guys who have been very early on this journey. So we are going to be having a very, very interesting, extensive 3 months. Starting today in Nairobi for the virtual events. We'll have both virtual and in-person events. So from the marketing side, what you can expect, number one, make sure you have your account develop Google developer account. Uh, you make sure that you're completing your code labs and getting the badges. So every month we will have prizes, cash prizes actually, for the top devs on the leaderboards. Also, you should be able to get your stories through Loom. So we're going to have stories for at your learning. We will share with you the way you can download Loom. If you don't know Loom, we'll be able to send you the link. It's loom.com. You get a free version and you can record a 1 minute video, send it to us, or put it online and tag us. What are you learning? What have you experienced? So every day for every hour, we're going to be giving you $5. The guys who have the biggest impressions on their posts, as long as you tag the following. So you have to tag build with AI, you have to tag build with Gemini, and you have to tag build with AT. So you have to have those three tags. Uh, and this is going to happen from today. So all the next 90 days, every end of the day, we are going to be having um, we're going to be having uh, prizes, cash prizes, $5 for every hour. So every hour, the guy with the biggest impressions on this with these three hashtags, we are going to be giving you $5. So if you are the best guy the whole day, that's $50. So that's very important. So make sure you download Loom. Let me give you guys, but of course you can do any other. If you're meeting with your friends, you guys just be creative. You're meeting your friends, or if you're working as a team, especially, or if you're going to be doing this together with in the in-person events, you can use Loom, or you can use your creativity. What are you learning on the code labs? What are you learning with the Africa Stocking API? Just as long as you schedule those. So don't worry, I will also add all this information in the follow-up email at the end of the day. Secondly, we are also going to be creating a social media um, view only spreadsheet. So we'll share that with you guys. So when you're shooting content for this, when you're sending out content on the social media, then you're going to get help from that document, social media tracker that we're going to be sharing. So you'll have view access, and then you should be able to use the templates we'll share with you there to enhance your storytelling. So that's important. But also for your personal growth, we would encourage you, make sure that you are documenting what you're learning. You can document this on your social media. You can document it on your LinkedIn, etc. Finally, we're also going to send you the Slack channel. I don't know if you guys have been um, able to join the Slack channel. If not, I think MK will send the link on the chat. Also, you should be able to have um, that. Today, we are not yet live streaming, but we will have some parts of this Nairobi virtual event in the next 1 or 2 days live streamed. So you're also welcome to that, where we're going to probably host some of you guys uh, as a follow up. So whatever we are learning today, in the next 1 or 2 days, you can expect a live stream. We'll bring some of you guys on in person, and then we can go through the problems. So when you go to a class, you always have the lecture and the tutorials. Yes. So our tutorials will be happening as a live stream. So you can expect that as well. Let me just put it there. So we will, of course, also send you that information later today um, on that. Okay, then the other thing that you can look out for is the capstone projects. So for the capstone projects, what makes it interesting for both you as a community, but also Google, is that we can tap into the extensive customer network that we have. So take your capstone projects seriously, um, by ensuring you are completing the code labs to make sure you understand Google products, but then also go through the APIs that Custody gives you. And remember, it's an API capstone project. So you can mix and match as many APIs as you can. So take your capstones project as an opportunity to uh, be placed in front of potential partnerships with customers. Uh, and after talking, we have over 8,000 customers actively every month. So across Africa. So we're able to link you with some of these customers. Of course, Google also has their partnership team, which we'll also probably be bringing on one of these sessions. So you can also expect them to be interested in your capstone projects and what they can do with customers. So we are not just going to learn here. After talking has never been about just learning. We are going to have a process where you learn, you experience a tutorial in live stream, and then you finish your code labs. Guys who have the badges, guys who are doing well on the leaderboards, we are going to be giving you monthly cash prizes. Every hour, make sure you're tweeting or pushing your thoughts, your ideas, what you're learning to social media with the hashtag build with AI, build with Gemini, build with AT, so that we're also going to give you $5 every hour, which means we're processing that payment probably at the end of the day. So also the beauty of that is that it doesn't matter how long that those tweets are up there or social media reach. If you're the best for that day, it will be clear. So I don't have, finally, yeah, definitely. We're also going to be giving swag. So swag is about participating, turning on your video, asking questions. Of course, the people doing the leadership on the leaderboard will also be getting swag. If you organize a physical event with with a few of your colleagues, you can ask us for swag. Those kinds of things. So we look forward to a very interesting 90 days. And if you have any questions, feel free to add them to our Slack channel. We need to pin the Slack channel. I think MK will help us. So we'll pin the Slack channel here. Douglas will be sharing the link to his notebook. So with the link to his notebook, it means if there's anyone who can't access it, should be able to give you access as we go through this module. So thank you very much for joining, and we look forward to a wonderful day. Back to you, Mr. MK.
Thank you so much, Graham. That was very nice, and I hope people will participate in this side presentations, whereby they showcase on what they're doing online. So without further ado, I would like to invite, I don't know if Sylvia is online, but I can see Dagi. So I'd like to invite Mr. Dagi himself. If you can take both module 1 and 2, that will also be great. But if you are ready for module 2 going forward, that also is great. So to kickstart this. The floor is all yours, Dagi.
Yes, thank you, MK. Share my screen. Need some access to share the screen.
You should have access, Dagi. In fact, everyone has access to share. It's just that you can only share one person at a time. Dagi, you had share the screen and then you stopped. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yes, no, it's good now. Yes, I hope everybody can hear me very clear. Good. Yes, I'll start with the module one. We're going to look into the foundations of APIs and Africa's token core services. But before we start, I'd like to be sure that everybody already has an Africa's token account. So the first thing, so the first prerequisite is about Africa's token account. The second one is to have a basic knowledge of either of any programming languages. But the preference here would be either JavaScript or Python. So the first thing, let's go to token. If this is the first time you're using Africa's token APIs, you'll be prompted to create an account. And if you already have an account, like me, you can log in. Proceed for now, so you can get the code from email. Oh, interesting. Okay, let me change this password right now. Yes, good. That's the first step. Yes. So the first, making sure you have an Africa's token account. The second step will be. Let me share this link with you. Just a minute.
So as we wait for Douglas, I think Ian can start his module and then we'll proceed when Douglas is back.
Good. Yes, it's showing well. Yes. Now that we have an Africa stocking account and we have the module one shared, I can proceed to the next step. Good. So before we continue, something else that I like to show you is where you can get the Africa stocking developer resources. And this one can be found under the developer, which is developafricastocking.com. We also share in the chat section. Okay. So in this developer documentation, you have everything to do with Africa stocking APIs. For example, for SMS, for USSD, for voice and airtime, WhatsApp, mobile data, and good. So in this module one, we are going to cover what APIs are, how they work. We're going to learn about the Africa stocking API platform and the core products that we have. We're also going to explore REST API principles and how to make API calls using Python inside Google Colab. We're also going to look at authentication, request response cycles, error handling, and API security, and also how to read API documentation. So before we proceed again, let's look around at our Colab and see what's inside. So on the hamburger menu, here you'll see the table of contents. The next part here is where now you can find find content inside. Like you can search for content inside. This other one is for basic code snippets. This other one is for saving secrets. For example, ideally in your local environment, this will have been something like env5, yeah, where you can save your secret keys, yeah, because you're not supposed to write secret keys directly into code. Here now is a place where code created in the notebook lives. Yeah. Up to there, anyone who has a question? Or anyone who's found a issue in creating or logging into the account? Okay. So what is an API? The best analogy that you can think of when talking about APIs is a restaurant, where the customer, or we can call them the user, needs food from, say, the kitchen. They cannot directly get the food themselves. So they need an intermediary. And in this case, an intermediary will be something like a waiter or a waitress. And then when you think of things like methods, are basically like the instructions and the ways in which you can pass commands from yourself to the person at the kitchen, so you can get your food. So as you can see in this diagram, a technical description of it is an API is a way for two software applications to communicate with each other. It defines a set of rules that allow programs to talk to each other. As in the case of this analogy of a customer and a waitress and the person at the kitchen. So there are different types of APIs. REST APIs, there's GraphQL. So the term API is generic. How you use it defines what kind of API it is. In this module, we're going to focus on REST APIs. And the knowledge that we get here is the one that you're going to build upon when using Africa's Talking APIs, Gemini APIs, and the likes. So REST APIs have HTTP methods. There's a standard to how you can use REST APIs. For example, when you're logging into a website, you'd ideally post. Well, you can use, it's not the safest, it's not the standard. It's actually a bad, it's a bad practice to use get to log into, say, a website or something. So some of the HTTP methods are get, post, put, patch, put, and patch. Then there's delete. You use get when you're retrieving data. Say, for example, you want to fetch a list of users. You're going to use get. Post, you ideally want to use it when sending data. In things like logging in, signing up, where you're sending a payload to the server from your front end. Put and patch, you use it to update data, and delete is to remove data. So this is a standard, but in most cases, you'll find people using get and post. Get to retrieve, post to either send, update, or remove data. A few concepts to grasp. We usually send the data to call it an endpoint. An example of an endpoint will be api.africastalking.com/version1/messaging. This is one of the endpoints we have for SMS. Let's go to it. So like this one /messaging. This one. This endpoint we use to send bulk SMSs. Just a minute, let me group this. Okay, good. The other concept that you need to know about is the concept of headers. So this is extra information that's usually with the request. Yeah. This is a good place to put things like authentication key, API key, and some custom, some custom. Uh, some extra sound coming. Just payload. Yeah. This is basically the data that you send with the post request. And then the other concept is the response. So after you've sent your payload, the server will respond. It doesn't have to respond with the data. Sometimes it just gives you a status 200. But most of the APIs will give you an actual response. Let's have an example of this. Okay. So, for example, in the Africa Stocking documentation, actually, let's even use this one for sending bulk SMS. Yeah. These are post requests that we are making to the sandbox messaging endpoint for sending bulk SMS. What we have here, the first two parts of it, these are the headers. One is for accept, the other one is for content type, that one is for API key. Then what we have here now is the body itself, yeah, and what we receive here is the response, yeah. So there are two ways you can run this, either directly in the command line, or using Postman, yeah, or even using your favorite language, yeah, PHP, Java, Node, Python, Ruby. So for this one, for this example that we are doing, I'm going to use command line. Yeah. So since I already have a key somewhere here, let me utilize it. Okay, before I continue, let me show you how to get the key. So to get your API key, well, inside the Africa Stocking dashboard, go to Sandbox app. The first thing you see here is the username. Then under settings is where you generate your API key. So you basically feed your password, then click request, and then you'll get your API key displayed here. Since I already have mine generated, I will utilize it. So so in this car command, I'll paste my API key there. Then my username will be sandbox. Then my number will be 254. Just a minute. Good. So I'll share my. I'll send this SMS to my number. Remove that. Don't have a short code, and yeah, then I'll invoke it. Yeah. So right now, as you can see, I've invoked a post request. Yeah, and then I've gotten back a response that looks like this. I'd take the same call and just paste it into Postman, and it will still have the same effect. By a quick show of hands, okay, I don't know if this one has a raise hand. Yes, it has a raise hand. How many are familiar with Postman? Yes, it's like a quarter of the people. So let me first jump into the Postman. So Postman is a tool that you use to make API calls with, make and even test and debug API calls with. You get you can download it from postman.com. Yeah, there's so many alternatives to it. There are things like Swagger. Yeah, there are things like Swagger. There are quite a number. Yeah. Another one is actually built into. Is it even built into? There's another one that's usually in VS Code for making API calls. Let's see if I can find it. Just forgotten its name. Oh, Thunder Client. Yes, there's another one called Thunder Client that you can do API calls with. You can even test APIs with it. But for this module, we are going to use Postman and Curl on the terminal interchangeably. So here's how the request. Sorry. So here's the row request. It was a post request, and here's the response that we got. If we do the same on Postman, can send it, we will receive again the same exact response. These are Carl. Show you how our headers look like. We have the accept header, the content type header, and then the API key header. This could also be something. So, for example, if you're building your API server, you could have this as something custom. Yeah. For example, you could have one called maybe X app client. Say you want to differentiate requests coming from your website from requests coming from your mobile app. You can have an X client, say web, or maybe mobile app. Yeah. So the headers is where you put those extra things. Yeah. You could also put them in the body, but it's not the recommended way to go about it. In the body, what ideally you want to put in there is the payload. As in the case for Africa Stocking, our payloads are username 2, that is the destination of the message, and the message itself. Africa Stocking supports both form URL encoded and raw JSON. So you could basically turn this into, JSON, achieve the same thing. And then for the content type, we will have to change it to application JSON. Oh, okay, interesting. There's actually a new discovery. Okay, let me check it was supported. Okay, interesting. So and then that bit was duplicated, but in your own API you can make your API server to accept both application JSON and application from URL encoded. Okay, back to the module. An example of a GET request would be I think do we have, let me see if we have GET in our yeah. An example of a GET request will be our app data endpoint, application data endpoint. But this application data endpoint is usually for fetching details about your Africa stocking app. Gives you things like balances, things like that. So I've copied the request here. Then again, I'll add it on Postman. My username is Sandbox. API key is that's my API key. Yeah, and when I invoke it, I see my balance. In this case, it's negative 27K. So this is an example of a GET request where you're using the endpoint to retrieve data. Yeah. At Africa Stocking, we don't have put and patch and delete in our APIs. Since we don't have a situation where you'd like to remove data from your app. Yeah. So this next part is interactive, where you make your first API call. So Ben, I hope everybody has access to the notebook so they can run this from the end. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I see not everybody has access. Let me share this link again. Or let me add your emails manually. Give me just Yes, so I've shared the notebook with you. Please check your emails because in this next step, I'll need you to actually run it on your end, the same notebook. If you still don't have access, please let me know in the chat. Okay. Yeah. Good. So here we are going to make our first API call, and we are going to hit an endpoint called api.agify.io. Yeah. And what it does is it predicts your age based on your name. So the first thing here we're going, since we're using Python, the first thing we need to do here is import, actually no, install. We need to install this. So need to install Africa stocking. Okay, run anyway. And then once it's done, now we can import. Yeah. And then you might be asking why we are not installing the question JSON. This one's come already inside Python. So the next thing we are going to run this script. This URL is our endpoint, as we mentioned up here. The params, actually we didn't mention params up here, but what params are is like so when you're doing GET request, you could append additional parameters to it. Yeah. For example, in our endpoint for fetching the application data, our parameter here is username. Yeah. So I want you to compare this to this other one where we were sending an SMS. We sent our username in the SMS one. We sent our username as a body payload. Yeah. But in this one for fetching the application data, we've sent our username as a parameter. Yeah. So in the same way, here we are sending parameters name to the endpoint. Yeah. The equivalent of this in Postman would be something like adding that URL and then question mark name. Say maybe John Doe, maybe John. Yeah. This is the equivalent of this request on Postman. Yeah. Right. The equivalent of it in Carl is basically this. So things like that. So now that we've seen that bit, now let's run our notebook. And when we sent it the name Bob, it gave our age is 71. Yeah, maybe we could try another name like we'll try my name. Hey, I'm 74 years old. Okay, interesting. Yeah, but that's how you make a GET request. So there's a question. Oh yes, Vincent. Yes, please ask.
Have access to the notebook.
Oh, okay. What's your email address? I can add you right now.
I can't access the chat to type it. Someone to assist open the chat.
Oh, okay. Just a minute. Let me
Okay, I'm also encountering the same issue.
Yeah, I think everyone should have access to the chat. But just to clarify, the link I've shared, I don't know if everyone can see the pinned message, which has prerequisite, and then at the end, there is a notebook link. That's a link that is accessible to everyone. The one that Dagi shared, it will require to request. So just confirm if you click on that link, you can access all the notebooks. Alternatively, on every linked event URL, the notebook is also there. Can you see that? I think someone is clicking there. That is Dagi. Yes, that last link there, AT notebook link. Kipulagar, can you confirm that quickly so that we continue? You can see that, right?
Okay, yeah, I can see.
Yeah, so everyone on the call, in case you want to access especially AT modules, go to that link, you'll get all the modules. For Google modules and even AT modules, on the event that you got the RSVP, all the links now are live and accessible. The one that Dagi shared, it needs permission. So don't use that one for now. Back to you.
Thank you, MK. Yes. So the Google Drive, please again, let me repeat what MK said. Please use this Google Drive link to access the notebooks. Yeah. For module 1, it is. Good. Kimani, I also saw your hand up.
Oh, I hate the simulation. But I can't even access the notebook link for the pinned chat, which MK is saying.
Oh. You see the one that I'm highlighting at the moment?
Yeah.
Are you able to click on
Yeah,
it?
my chat ends at create your Africa's token developer account to use AT products. Just there.
I've reposted the link once more on the chat. You confirm you can get and access it.
It's still. My last chat, which was pinned here, is on 1019. Don't know. Google Cloud Console.
Can you share your screen so that we see what you're seeing?
I'll just share.
Dagi, you can stop sharing so that we see what. Make it quick so that we move on.
I'm trying to. Just this.
Can you scroll down? You see everything underlined there is a link. Scroll that message down.
It's down.
Oh, that's the last message, eh?
Yeah.
Because I want you to watch this. Stop sharing so that I can share. So,
Excuse. I had the same issue,
yes.
but I found the link after joining using my phone. But in my laptop, I have the same issue. You can't see the link, the last
Which
link.
browser are you guys using? And also, sometimes
Chrome.
browsers have those limitations. Chrome should be fine.
Okay, I'll try leaving, then I try coming
But
back.
yeah. So, can you see what I'm seeing right now, right?
Yeah, I
So this
can
is my
see that.
screen. So what I can do if I'm not seeing all the messages, I click more here and I can see the last link. However, if that's not possible, I've posted that link here. This is the link. Can you see this link? Yeah, if you click on that link, it will take you to the drive and you'll see all the modules. You'll access all the modules at once, even the one that have not been presented.
Okay, thanks for
Yeah.
that. Okay, I'll just
Yeah.
try the what Wawero has just DM'd me. I shared the notebook link via DM
Okay.
via private messages because I can still access that. But thank you for that.
Okay. Alternatively, remember where you got the ticket for the event? All the links there now are working, all of them. Before, the 80 ones were requiring permission. So if you click on any of the links that is 80, it will work. It says that you will access all the modules at once, but you will also specify each module before end of day tomorrow. But thanks for bringing these up. Yeah. Back
Sure,
to you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yes. So here we were, where you could run your scripts. We looked into how to do the same inside Carl and inside Postman, and finally we did it inside the notebook itself. Now, the exercise that I have for you is a small one, where I want you to modify the name, maybe insert your name, then see how respond with different ages. Yeah. Can do it on your end. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, good. Yeah. So if you've already done that, let me switch over to the Africa Stocking APIs themselves. So this is an introduction to Africa Stocking. So Africa Stocking is a platform. Africa Stocking is a platform where we provide APIs for sending SMSs, sending and receiving SMSs, making and receiving voice calls, and handling USSD menus, interactive menus, and sending and receiving airtime. We also have mobile data and a new API called Insights, which allows you to check whether a SIM card has been swapped lately. The other API we have is mobile to send mobile data bundles to your customers. Yeah. So in this module, we will focus on SMS and airtime. Again, the developer documentation is on this link, developers.africastocking, yeah. Which is basically this one. Let's go there. This one, the one where we landed. Here you're going to see all the APIs, so SMS, USSD, voice, airtime, mobile data, WhatsApp. Yeah, I didn't mention we also have WhatsApp API. We also have now the insights, but it's under preview, so it's early access. But you can, if you add the preview parameter, remember what you mentioned about parameters. If you add the preview parameter, you'll be able to see it. Let me add that preview link there. Yes. So here I'll show you, which I've already showed you, how to use Africa Stocking APIs. You need a username and an API key. This is the bare minimum. How do you get a username? When logged in into your Africa Stocking account, you're going to see Sandbox, and then you're going to see Teams. Yeah. So if you want to test things out without, going to live or production, you can use Sandbox. However, I recommend going all in and going production. Going all in and going production on day one. So I recommend you to the Teams feature. So how to go about it is that you come here and create a new team. So you can give it a name like Google 80. Then actually Google 80. It's a better name. Then save. Once you've saved, you get a team. For example, I have these many teams: Bella Bookstore, BMI, Elasticals, Hakika Real Estate, GMAP. I have all these teams. Then inside the team, you can come and create an app. Yeah. So you're going to provide the name of the app, then the username, and then you select the country and the currency. Yeah. So Africa Stocking supports multiple countries, multiple African countries, and multiple currencies for each. If you'd like to go universal from day one, you probably should choose the currency as USD. So this username that you add here must be unique. If it's not unique, you're going to get a error. For example, if I say my app, this one I expect it to be declined. Oh, okay, even have an app limit. Interesting. But if you give a name that already exists, you're going to be given a warning that the username needs to be unique. The username that you create here is the one that will be used in making your API calls. Yeah. In my case, I'll use an already existing app, so I'll go with this one. Let me go with a different one. Let me go with this one called Coolest App One. Then so I'll need to save this somewhere. So I'll open my secret section and add a variable called AT_API username. No, this I meant it to be app username. Okay, it's already there. And then I'll go back to the dashboard and generate an API key. So you generate an API key again, can provide your password, your account password, then click on request, and then an email will be sent to you. This is a security measure, by the way. Let's refresh here. So once you enter your password, a link to generate your new API key will be sent to your email. And when you click on that link, it will get you back to the app with a verification code. Then you click generate, and there you have your API key. So I'll also come here and call this API key. Then paste it in. Good. So remember to turn on this. Good. So now we have a app username and API key. So this is a production API key. Now, if you want to do the same but for Sandbox, you go back, click on home, that home icon, and click on to go to Sandbox. Again, you'll see the username up here, and API key, you can generate it in the same fashion. Back to the module. So there's this phrase that's used where you should keep your API key secret, treat it like a password, don't show it like I'm showing it here in a screen recording. Don't show it that way. Also, don't put it inside your code. So I wouldn't come here and say, wouldn't come here inside the code and say, where is it? I wouldn't come here inside the code and do something like, username is Sandbox and API keys. This is bad behavior. Yeah. It's wrong. It's going to mess you up. Yeah. And an example of how people get messed up is after they push their code, those API keys get visible on GitHub. Yeah. So you can go on GitHub and search SK. Let me see if it's going to show me. API key. Go to random. No. Need to filter this. Okay, let me use gist. Yeah. So, for example, if you add your API keys on your code, you might accidentally push them, and then they'll be publicly visible, and people can use them. Yeah. So it's bad behavior. And also don't take API keys from others. Yeah. So that's how you keep your APIs secure. Back here. So if you'd like fine-grained instructions on how to create an Africa stocking account, please visit this link. It's also shared in the notebook. Yeah. Now, the next part, we have code that allows us to, provide our API keys from a beautiful interface. Yeah. So I'll use it to set my API key. Let me actually delete this too now. Okay. Then, yeah. So you can use it to, set your API key. So yeah. Now, this other part is about how to authenticate with Google Colab Secrets. we already saw how you could set your keys. Yeah. So now, how do you retrieve them to use them in your code? So the equivalent of doing this is like going to, let me show you something. The equivalent of loading your keys this way is like having your API keys in a .env file and then pulling them using os.getenv. Yeah, this is exactly what's happening here. Yeah, only that we are not reading this from a .env file. Instead, we are reading it from collab secrets. Yeah. So now let's let me just print it for the plot. So we can be sure they've been read. Oh, why is it saying? Oh, okay. I know why. So there's only printed none is because we were getting a variable called AT username, which didn't exist prior, but now I've added it. So now it should, why is it not? Am I missing something? Let me see. Oh. Yeah, I know what I did. This code doesn't belong here. So this is the way you do it locally in your computer, but the way you do it on the way you do it on Colab is by using this. So now instead of us doing os.getenv, we're going to use userdata.get. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's something I haven't installed, right? Oh, okay. Let me first comment that out temporarily. Yeah. So now you don't need this. Yeah. So this is the way to go about it. The other that you saw there. The other that you saw there was because we don't have a secret called API key. A secret variable called API key, yeah, which we can just create right away. So let's run it. Oh, so if you don't turn on notebook access, you're going to get this kind of pop-up. So grant access. Yep. Then run it again, and voila, you got it. Yeah. So now that we've seen how to get your username and API key from Africa Stocking, then how to add it into the notebook, why don't we now send our first SMS from the notebook? So up to there, before we continue, does anyone have a question? No questions, so we can proceed. So again, the first thing we do to interact, so we are going to use Python in this notebook. So the first thing we're going to do is install the Africa stocking package, which we already did up there, but for the plot again, we can do it again. Install. And then the next thing, we import the collab, the ability to use collab secrets. This what exactly we did up here. And then we also import the Africa stocking package. Again, we had done it before. And then now we retrieve both the username and the API key. And then we initialize, yeah. Yeah. After we've initialized using our username and API key, we can now use the SMS API. So the equivalent of this in different programming languages would be, let me show you. Just a minute. The equivalent of this in Node.js is, again, your credentials, you import the SDK. Okay, here in Node, we actually importing and initializing at the same time. Yeah. And then now you get the SMS service before you now use the SMS API. The equivalent of that in Python is, again, what we saw there. Okay, this one has some extra steps. You're importing, then initializing, and then getting the SMS service. So the reason I'm showing you this screen is so that if you're comfortable with a different language, you can always use that different language. You don't have to use Python. Yeah. We also have PHP support. Yeah, and if none of your languages are here, you can always use Carl. And then go to Postman. Where's Postman? Go to Postman, paste it up there, and get the equivalent of your language, but now in with just the raw request, no Africa stocking package. So, for example, if we needed to do this in something like C, this is what we will do. If we needed to do this in something like Go, this is what we will need to do. Yeah. So we got you covered. So back to the module. So now here we are going to let me think here. So here we are going to send our first SMS, and I need someone in the chat to share their phone number so we can send them there an SMS. Yeah, anyone would love to share their phone number? Eric, good. Yes, so let me use Eric's number. Yeah. Actually, this is also a good use case where you could use a variable. So, and I'll explain why. Since this notebook is public and I wouldn't like to put your number out there, I could just come and create a variable, maybe customer number, put your number in there, give it access to the notebook, and then come and say customer number is user data get. Just to be sure we got everything right, let me just print it out. Okay, cancel. Let me cancel this part. Let me separate those two bits of code. So I called. So this variable doesn't have access, so I'll give it access, and yeah, you got your number. So now I can just use it directly instead of exposing your number. So now you don't have a sender at the moment, so I'll mute that. Oh, forgot to initialize. So SMS. So now there we go. Send. Yes. Have you received an SMS? Oh, okay. So I'm getting this error, and I know why. We recently upgraded our SDK, so I'll use the latest one, which is 2.01. So yeah, now we have the latest 2.01. Yeah. Now let me run everything back again. Oh, what I did here was restart the runtime. Yeah. Wait, why do I still have this? Oh, good. Yes, that's good. So now we can send SMS. I'm not sure if Eric, you've gotten a message. Not yet. Why so? Oh, I know why. I used the sandbox username. So technically it didn't go. So let me look for an SMS enabled app. So I've done is I've changed the username and API key to use live credentials, and then invoked the SMS sending. Now, the SMS still has not been sent, and the reason is because it gives me an error user in blacklist. Yeah. So this means that this specific number has blocked promotional messages. Yeah. And how you remove yourself from the not remove yourself, remove the ATs and ID from blacklist is you go to actually let me show you how to debug some of our APIs. Just Google Africa stocking using black. Yeah. First the first search result there will show you how to go about it. So you basically dial *456 *9 hash, and then you choose the marketing messages option, and then you activate promo messages. Now, by doing that, you've whitelisted your number. So the next part will be about understanding the API responses. So far we've gone through how to create an account, how to retrieve credentials, how to make API requests. We've tested out SMS, and now if this number would have been in whitelist, you would have seen an equivalent of what looks like this. But now in this case, it's in blacklist, so that's why we're having a response that looks like this. It needs to be, let me format it better. Okay, let me format this JSON so it's better looking. So if it was successful, it would have looked like close this. It would have looked like this, but now since there was user in blacklist, we got this response here. Now, what are the important parts of this response? The first one is status, which tells you the success, or in our case, user in blacklist. There are other responses you get, and I'll show you how they all look like. So we go to the developer documentation, and then going to look at where is it? And SMS, there's notifications here. So here you're going to see the different types of responses we have. So they sent, submitted. Sorry, this one is for delivery reports, which we'll cover in the next module. So there is user in blacklist, user is inactive. There's not the success itself, etc. The other part that you look at is the cost. Yeah. So if you're not aware, Africa stocking pricing has different tiers. Let me go to the website itself. So under Africa stocking and pricing, then SMS, then bulk, you're going to see there are different tiers. So there's the 0.8, there's 0.7, 0.6, and 0.4. And this is determined by the volume of SMS, the amount you've topped up, and the volume of SMS that you're sending. So the more you top up and send, the less your SMS costs. Yeah. So in our case, since we were sending a single SMS, and at this tier, we got priced 0.8. So this is where this 0.8 is coming in. The number is basically the recipient of the message. So it's good to check. So, that's how you debug. Yeah, so you don't send to the wrong person unknowingly. Something else that's also important is the message ID. This is what differentiates a message from another, despite the contents being the same. You can use message ID to refer to messages, and I will show you how to go about it. So, SMS. Where is it? Oh, actually, there's some part I've seen that's missing here. I'll look into it. But yeah, so these are some of the important pieces of data you need to know. The other one is what they call the status codes. Yes, status codes. Yeah. So when our message failed, we got a status code 406. Yeah. Which in this case is using blacklist. So if we didn't have sufficient balance, say our top up was low, we would have gotten 4 or 5. If our message was on the queue, we would have gotten 1 or 2. So there are different status codes. So your message could fail for different reasons, and all of them are covered here in the developer documentation. Now, if you have any question, please ask before we jump into the next part. Okay, so there are no questions so far. So let's proceed with the mini challenge. Also, remember you can post your questions on the Slack channel that we have, which is basically this under Google AI ML, and you'll get your answers. There are others. There are the trainers in the group. Yeah. So now the next part is a mini challenge that I'm offering you, where you want you to use the SMS API to send a custom message to yourself. Use your favorite programming language. This could be, say, Python, Node, JavaScript. Then I want you to print that API response and identify the status, the cost, and message ID. Yeah. So we also have a program page, which is under here. Yeah, so here you'll also find links to the different resources. Yeah. Yeah. So once you're done with the challenge, please share in the Slack channel. Yeah. The next part, I want to introduce you to the Airtime API. So in the Airtime API, basically, it's as easy as SMS, only that this time now you're sending actual airtime. So again, the developer documentation has the nitty-gritties of it. But before we proceed, let's walk through it. So airtime APIs allows you to distribute virtual airtime to your users instantly. So if you are around in the early 2000s, we used to top up using but that has pretty much evolved. Nowadays, you'll find people topping up using M-Pesa, or actually most of the time people use M-Pesa. Yeah, but now we have taken that to the next level, where now you can top up API. So instead of sending airtime to 100 people manually, you can just automate that. Just top up your money, just add your money inside the Africa Stocking dashboard. Say, for example, here in the wallet, and then now run your API, and it will use this balance to distribute the airtime. So actually, before we proceed, something that's important to show is how to top up. Yeah. So, well, in the Africa Stocking dashboard, navigate to your app. So if you're still on Sandbox, you don't need to top up, since we are giving you that for free. Yeah. But in the production one, you click on the team, then click on the app. And then once your app dashboard loads, you're going to see on the top here is wallet. And when you click on it, it refreshes your balance. Yeah. On this other side on this other side, it shows you the billing plan you're part of. In my case, I'm in the basic plan. Yeah. So scroll down into billing, and then you'll see a part called top up. Yep. Now, if you're in Kenya, you'll see you have 4 options to top up. That is via M-Pesa, via PayPal, via Paystack, or via transfer. Wire transfer is the most manual you could go. But since we are techies, we will probably use something like M-Pesa. Now, I saw someone from Tanzania. So if you're in Tanzania, the option here you have is Tigo Pesa, Vodacom M-Pesa, PayPal, Pay with Card, that is Flutterwave, and again, wire transfer. For South Africa, same. Ghana, basically, almost every use case is covered, and if it's not, you can click to the rest of the world where you have PayPal. Yeah. So in my case, since I'm in Kenya, I'll use M-Pesa, and don't know if I should. Okay, could have shared my screen, but yeah. But basically, you go to pay bill and top up using the business number 529. And I'll provide the account number as this. But since I can't share my screen, let me use Paystack instead. So, say I want to top up 100 bob into this wallet. Let me see, just a minute. Okay. So if you want to top up 100 bob, you come here and click Paystack, and then provide my phone number. Yeah. Then click on pay. Yeah. So a pop-up will show up on my phone, and then I'll make that payment. So let me do that right now. Oh, interesting. Okay, I need to top up my M-Pesa. I'll make that transfer later. But basically, that's how you top up. And once the transaction has gone through, this wallet will refresh. So now once you have your wallet refreshed, now you can start using the APIs like that. So I'll use one of the phone numbers. Actually, let me just use the number that was provided here. And once again, we are going to import. So I can just come and copy here. Okay, there's no need of copying. You can just come and initiate it. So just come and say, where is it? So now this time I'll use airtime. So the airtime service, and just come here to the developer documentation under airtime. Click on sending Python. I can just do airtime.send. The phone number here will be this customer number that we called up here. The amount, can you put 10? And let me put K, yes. Run this. Yep. Eric, you should receive, a 10 bob top up. I'm not sure if you got it. Oh, Kuleti have, I'm seeing your request, Riziki. Kuleti have an SDK push when it comes to M-Pesa. Okay, interesting. This good feedback. It's good feedback. I don't know if Eric is in the call. Okay, let me use a different phone number. Someone share a phone number. Oh, I see Raf. Let me use your number, Raf. So he'll come in. So this is the response we got when we sent the first time. So we've sent again. Not sure if you've gotten Rafa. But basically when see another number. Let me first see if I even have a balance to begin with. Okay, let me use that number. 4300. Okay. Let's run it. Yes. You've gotten airtime, Riziki. Waiting for your confirmation. Not yet. Interesting. I need to confirm that I'm using the right API key and username. Okay, let me try with my number. Maybe my code is wrong. So again, I'm debugging. The importance of what I'm doing, debugging on screen, is so that you can also know how to debug your apps. So go to transactions and oh, interesting. I'm seeing a very interesting error. Internal gateway error. So let me look into this. Under notifications, sending. Oh, okay. I know what happened. let me. Interesting. So the reason it's failing is because I'd configured a validation callback URL, which is good. But then that endpoint is not running. We'll cover validation callback in the next module. But for now, let me just enable that server so that requests can go through. So let me run it again. Okay. Take your number once more. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool, Anthony. Nice. This is a cool concept. I'm not sure if you're aware that we have a marketplace, and this looks like a good candidate for marketplace. MK and Graham will advise on it, but it's a cool concept. So let me try sending you airtime once more. So when you receive this duplicate request was received within the last 5 minutes, what you should do is provide now an indemnity key. And this again, it's covered in the documentation. Let me show you how it applies. So you provide your indemnity key. Yeah. And what this key is exactly is a string of. It's a string that needs to be unique for each new request. Yeah. So this is a protection measure a protection feature that Africa Stocking added into the APIs. So you don't have instances where your code misbehaves and money is sent twice. Airtime is sent twice. Yeah. So let's make our request unique. So it could be something like XY. That's enough to make our request unique. So yeah, now it's been sent, but let me be sure. Yes, you've received it. Oh, good, perfect. So yeah, so that's how you send airtime. So the mini challenge that I'll offer you under this is use the airtime API to send airtime to yourself. You can change the recipient number. Actually, here let me use this is a valuable. Okay. Yep. Yes, so you change the recipient number and the amount to be sent, and also add, utilize the importance key feature. And then you'll get this response. So I want you to check into the status and cost. Actually, this is more of total amount. This should be total amount. Yeah. Then the discount. So something that I haven't mentioned is that Africa's token APIs don't just give you the ability to send airtime in bulk, but also send airtime cheaply. So cheaper than how you buy it, your telco. So for example, when we sent 10 bob to Riziki, it didn't cost us 10 bob. Yeah. How much did it cost us? Let's check inside the dashboard. So we sent 10 bob, but it cost us 10 minus 0.4, which is 9.6. Yeah. Now imagine doing this over and over again and even doing huge amounts. You'll end up saving a lot of costs. Yeah. So before we continue, let me show you a bit about this airtime dashboard. So whenever you have transactions failing, come to the transactions table of the airtime dashboard, then nitpick into the specific transaction you want. You could use date, time, for example, the requests that were failing were at 11:51. But if you're doing lots of transactions, you might realize that date is not the most efficient way to sift through transactions. So in this case, you will resort to using transaction ID. And where do you get that? From the response of your API call. For example, here when we did the transaction, we got this request ID, this ATQ. So you can always track this specific transaction by just doing control find the same ID, and it will bring you to this specific transaction. So so you have the date on one side, transaction ID on the other, then the recipient and the cost with the discount down there, and then the running balance. So this is basically how much is left in your wallet. So this number corresponds the latest transaction running balance corresponds to the current wallet balance here up here. So if you're sending airtime, you should rely on this running balance. Yeah. Sorry, I mean the other way around. You should rely on the wallet balance, and the reason for this is because the other services that consume this wallet balance, for example, if you're sending SMS or you are making phone calls or you have USSD services running, yeah. Then the last column is the status. Yeah. So ours got an internal gateway error, and this other one had success. So internal gateway error basically means that between Africa's talking servers and our customer, there is our server. Yeah. And this server basically it's acting like a gateway to either allow or deny transactions. So I had configured a URL, a callback URL, which when called decides whether to allow or deny a transaction. So in this case, before we had this server running, it was hitting and finding a 404, therefore denying access. Yeah. However, when we responded with the 200, this transaction went through. Yeah. So back again. So yeah, so try that out, and then yeah, if you find any issues, please let us know, either through the Slack channel or even sending us an email. Yeah. So in our next module, we're going to cover voice and SSD, but a brief mention of what each does. Voice API helps you make or receive phone calls. So you can build call centers with it, through interactive voice response. You can also record and play back audio. So your customers call you and then they hear a pre-recorded message. Then we also have the USSD API, which allows you to have interactive menus, mobile devices. So an example of USSD says star 100 hash, yeah, or even star 234 hash, which you use for M-Pesa. The advantage of USSD API is that it works even without internet. It's good for making payments, surveys, queries, things like that. And these one require webhooks. These two require webhooks. Like it's a requirement. They cannot function without. Yep. We'll also cover API security tips, both in module. Actually, in module 3, we'll cover about API security, how to keep, your API secrets, and things like that. This is more advanced, not what we look into here. And also how to monitor your APIs and set limits. Yeah. So in this module, we basically learned what APIs are, how REST APIs work. We explored our platform, the Africa Stocking platform, and the products. And we went deep into SMS and airtime. In module 2, we're also going to cover a bit more on the SMS and airtime, since there are things like two-way SMS, premium SMS, how to get delivery reports, things like that. We also practice how to make API calls inside Collab, and we also looked into making APIs using Postman. And also we understood how authentication works, how to handle responses, how to maintain basic security, things like that. So yeah, so far, does anyone have a question on any of our products? Or is there a limit to the number of recipients or limit? No, you don't have a limit to the number of recipients. However, when it comes to the amount of airtime to be sent, we usually have minimum limits and maximum limits. This can be seen inside the developer documentation. So, for example, in Kenya, we have a lower limit of 5 bob. So you cannot send less than 5 shillings. So these across all telcos. Then the upper limit, when you're using Equitel and JTL, that is Jamii Telecom, your upper limit is 5,000. You can send more than 5,000, yeah, per transaction. In Safaricom, Airtel and Telcom, yeah, you can send more than 10,000. In Uganda, the lower limit is 50 UGX on MTN and Airtel, then 500 on Laika. The upper is 200,000 UGX on MTN and Airtel and Laika. Yeah. So for each African country, it's listed here. I think there was another question. Let me look into it. Oh, lately I've been having issues with the SSD. Or connection errors. Most of the time when there's, so when you see connection errors, there should be two things that you should look into. Number one, is how your actually, yeah, MK has responded. Yes, with the logs you should know what's happening. But also something else worth mentioning is that, and we will cover in module 2, is that your callbacks should ideally take the shortest time to respond. Yeah, so if ideally it's under 500 milliseconds. If you're responding in a time greater than that, your requests may fail. Then the other thing is timeout, but this is more on the customer side. So if a customer dials the USSD, then gets the response, but then doesn't submit back again within, is it 7 seconds? That transaction fails. That session fails, basically expires. Yeah. So it's not about your phone being outdated. It's more about either the customer, the user delaying in making the responses, or the server delaying in making its response. Yeah. Anyone else with a question on anything Africa's talking? So yeah, see there's no question. Let me pass this back to MK.
Yes, the speaker himself is asking for a break to grab some tea. Also, you can take this break to also grab some tea. You don't need to log out. I will just take like 10 minutes or thereabouts. So we'll be back at around 12:20. Grab something and then we'll get to module 2. Also, if you have a question, please feel free to post it on the chat. I'll stop recording so that we break this recording into few palatable hours. The platform can allow us to record continuously for 3 hours. So it doesn't break. I'll make sure that I take that break and then we'll be back. I hope you are enjoying. Feel free to share. Remember, the online challenge is still ongoing. Also, feel free to reach out to us through Slack on the group. I see people are DMing me, which is good, but put it in the group. Everyone is there on that group so that we are able to address some of the issues. Sorry for those who got lost and they were looking for us at Apple 23 Apple Cross. Yeah, so just to clarify, most of these sessions will be online. We'll be sharing specific posters for in-person. Whenever we have an in-person event, at least in Nairobi, we'll have 2 in-person. That also will give you swag for those in-person. Also, remember there's some giveaways, both the monetary and otherwise. So feel free to participate. Now the journey has begun. And remember, this is self-guided. The instructor that are doing is just giving you some details on what to do, where to do some of the use cases, so you don't feel lost. And also ensure that you are interacting. So I understand some of you are not on WhatsApp, so anything we post on WhatsApp, we also post on Slack. Make sure if you have joined the Africa's Talking WhatsApp channel, the Slack channel, also you join the AT Google AI channel where most of this conversation will be posted. For the trainers who have joined today, all the videos are live, they're public. Even for those who are not trainers, if you feel like you're confident enough to take a module, feel free. But this program is open for everyone to build. So yeah, all the best. See you at 12:20.
Thank you, MP. Let me share my screen. Good. So before you proceed, a quick resource check. MK shared a link where you'll find all the resources for module 1 and now module 2. The link is here. So if you can see my screen, click on this link and yeah, you'll get the resource itself. Now with that, let's jump over to module 2. Good. So in module 1, we learned what APIs are and how they work. We also learned the fundamentals of REST API principles, and then we use Africa's token core services, that is SMS and airtime. We didn't cover USSD, but we'll touch on it briefly here and then more deeply in the next module. We also learned how to authenticate and make API calls in Google Colab. We also learned how to interpret the API responses and apply the basic security features. Something else that we learned is how to navigate the Africa Token dashboard, how to create an account, how to generate an API key, how to observe what's happening inside the dashboard, also how to debug Africa's token APIs. Say, for example, you get certain status codes that are not, not success responses, and how to use that information to, move forward. So now in module 2, we are going to build on these foundational skills by exploring Africa's Token Advanced APIs. So we're going to cover more on airtime, SIM swap, and in voice. We're also going to learn how we can integrate the multiple APIs into powerful production-ready workflows. We're also going to touch on Google Cloud's generative AI, and this will be key for the next step, where we are going to add bits of automation and conversational AI, in things like customer experiences. This will be a build up to module 3, where we are going to even dive deeper. Yeah, but at the end of the module, you're going to learn how to programmatically distribute airtime at scale, how to validate and retrieve SIM card information for security and user verification using the SIM swap API. We're also going to learn about webhooks and callbacks, and how to handle asynchronous events in API-driven applications. We're also going to learn about multi-API workflows, things like that. The technologies covered here will be Africa's Token APIs. We're also going to cover aspects of webhooks and aspects of Google Cloud APIs. And we're also going to create some demos, where we're going to automate airtime top-ups through SMS triggers, things like that. So before we continue, I'd like to provide another link, which is a GitHub repository that you can clone and run locally. So yes, deep dive. Yeah, it's like a tongue twister. So pre-module checkups. this is something that we didn't cover previously when I was introducing you to how to use your Colab efficiently. So it's always a good habit to check the nature of your coding environment before writing the first line of code. You know? The way you do it in Colab is by checking LSB release. This is basically a Linux command, and what it does is that it shows you the kind of operating system you have installed, which distribution, things like that, which version. So in our case, we are using Ubuntu 22. And why this is important is because if we face an error down here, we might be able to, it will help us differentiate errors originating from the OS and errors originating from the packages and errors originating from our own code. Yeah? It's good behavior to understand what your environment looks like. The next thing is to check the kind of packages you've installed. Since we'll be using Python, it's good to check that we have the Africa Stocking Python package. So here how I do it is doing this pip list. I think ideally this one should highlight Africa Stocking, but so far it tells us we don't have it. So yeah. So this command, I need to refine it better. So, and I'm open to suggestions in the chats. So if you find a better way to do this, please type it in the chat. Let's all learn together. Something else, in case you find a bug inside this repository, feel free to open an issue or even submit a contribution. So much welcome. So let's dive deep into the Airtel API again. So we saw how you could install the Africa Stocking package. We saw how you could install. Quick mention, the reason it's being highlighted here is because it's not installed. Our runtime is just new. So let's run it again so we can install it. Yep, we have it installed and now we can initialize it. Now this error is being thrown because we have not defined the username and API key. But actually, let me just delete this entire code block. And the reason is because we already have a similar code block down here. So let me run this, import the Africa Stocking package. And remember how in the previous module, how we imported our credentials, how we got our credentials from the Colab secrets. Yeah, so the same thing that we are doing here. So we are getting our username and the API key, and then using it to initialize airtime. Now, if you look closely here, we have an error, and this is originating from our Africa Stocking package. Warning: Sandbox is not available for the WhatsApp service. So this is a bug that we had in our previous version, and how you fix it is simply using the latest version, yeah, 2.01. And I'll do that basically, but let me just delete the entire runtime and run this again. Yep, it's back. Install again. Yeah, now we are using 2.01. What was failing was 2.00. So now it is installed. Now we can run this once more. it's running without an error. So we also looked into how to send airtime. So basically, you provide a phone number and interesting. This code has a bug. Let me just fix it right now. Yeah. So the proper way to send is to do airtime.send. This is you put the phone number and currency code. Yeah. What you have here is not the ideal way to send. So you put your phone number and then the amount and then the currency code. It's basically similar to what we did in module 1. And where is it? Under here. It's basically the same kind of logic. So we had a lab challenge also previously where we sent airtime to supposed to send airtime and then observe the responses that we got. That is a phone number, status, cost, discount, and if you got errors, handling them gracefully. I hope by now everybody has done that lab challenge. If you haven't done it, please do it. The reason why it's important for you to do it is that you bump into these errors yourself. You get your hands dirty. The only way to know is to do. Yeah. So airtime is pretty much direct on the API side. The other one I want us to check is SimSwap. We'll come back to airtime a bit after the webhooks part. But now let's look into SimSwap. So the biggest use case for SimSwap is fraud prevention, yeah, through the Insights API. Insights API is a new API that we launched. Was it earlier this year? Last year. It was actually last year. Time flies. So what it allows you to do is it takes in a phone number and then tells you this number, it tells you whether this number has been swapped within a certain window period, yeah. For example, in 6 months, within 6 months, yeah. And why is this important? It's because, say for example, you're a fintech and you need, or say you're a bank and your customer wants to change their phone number, their OTP phone number, yeah. If you allow them to change it without checking ownership, you risk how do I put this? You risk handing over the entire account to a fraud. Yeah. So that's one use case. The other use case is for checking transactions before you send money to someone. Another use case will be, say, in the insurance sector. There are just so many situations where you need to do that. You also need maybe for logistics companies, say where you're making a delivery, need to confirm that the person receiving is legit, and maybe the driver delivering it is also legit. All this kind of scenario where fraud is possible. All those you need. So SimSwap fraud is a threat where attackers trick mobile operators into reassigning a victim's phone number to a new SIM card. This gives fraudsters access to things like SMS authentication, be it to make calls, a bit to make USSD calls, things like that. Yeah. So the API that Africa Stocking provides it allows you to verify in real time whether a mobile number has been recently swapped. Yeah. This gives you an additional layer, of protection. Yeah. I want you to think of a scenario of someone who doesn't have a smartphone. Yeah. So for people using smartphones, they can decide to augment their digital security with things like authenticator apps, yeah, like Audi, Soft Audi, Google Audi. But for people who don't have smartphones, having these apps is impossible. Yeah. So in scenarios like this, is where you utilize our SIM swap API. Yeah. So I want to show you a simple example of SIM swap in action. Yeah. So so I'll jump into the code, the one that I shared in GitHub. Let me jump into it. So the way to use the SimSwap API is by, again, you initialize your Africa stocking package, and then you call the insights service. So when we were using airtime, we were doing something like airtime. We were doing something like airtime, Africa stocking.airtime. In SMS, we are doing Africa stocking.SMS. In voice, we will do that way. Yeah, we do Africa stocking.insights. So that's the basic way. Let me just bring these tabs close together. Yeah, perfect. Oh, my screen is not showing. Wow. Oh, it's good now. So for insights, you initialize the service by doing Africa insights here. Now to check the SimSwap status, you come in and do where is it? You do insights.check SimSwap state. That's how you do it. How do you do this on the using a different language? Let's jump into the developer documentation. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I just realized we don't have a code sample for other languages. But this is how you do it in color. So let me paste this to Postman. But these things are things you can do on your end also, and I highly advise you to do that. Let me get the API key. Change the number here, and the username becomes Sandbox, since I'm using the Sandbox version of it. So what we're seeing here is a SimSwap check. So I'm basically checking whether this number 0705212848, which is my number, whether it's been swapped lately. And this is the response that I receive. Yeah. Again, there's a cost, there's a phone number, details, that's the request ID and status. Yeah. And the status for this specific request is queued. And what this tells us is that this is not the final state. Yeah. There will be a final state. And queued is not a final state. It's basically something that's being processed in the background. But one of the important things to look into here is this request ID. And why is it important? Because of how the Insights API works. Yeah. So basically, this is our server. In my case, it's the Flask app. These are Flask app or Postman here. Or actually, that's not the best way to look at it. So there are two aspects here. There's the part of our app that's sending the request. Then there's a part of our app that receives the status of the SIM card. So in our case, the part that was checking for the SIM card, we put Postman. Yeah, it's Postman that made this request. It could have been Carl. Yeah. So, for example, let me just run the Carl here. You see, even the Carl itself. Yeah. And then now when you make that request, it goes to Africa's Talking API cloud, that is the AT servers. And then AT relays that query to the telco. For example, in my case, Safaricom. Yeah. And then now Safaricom responds with the or the telco responds with the SIM-swap status. It puts that request in AT Cloud, and then AT Cloud calls my application server. So when we got the queued status, it's because it reached here, right? And then now in the background, the AT server completes that query. Now, you might be wondering why we don't yet have, the specific details, whether it was swapped or not. It's because, it's a request that takes time. So it will be inefficient for us to get this response here directly. So, but what we have here is a request ID, and this is what we will use to determine the status of the SIM card. So this is where things like callbacks come into, callbacks and webhooks come into play. And just to show you, let me see. Let me modify this code a bit so we can see the response coming in. So I'll go to the AT dashboard and then the insights and callback URLs. I want to make sure I have my callback URL set correctly. Yes, so this is my callback / status, yeah. And when I did that request via Postman, I got this response here. Yeah. Let me paste it in somewhere you can see. So we are seeing the status last swap, none, provider, request ID, transaction ID. Yes. So this is the response that we got. So there hasn't been a SIM swap that has been done on the SIM card. Yeah. This transaction ID is the one that we got from this response. Yeah. Let me make sure it's the same. Did we just copy the wrong one? Just a minute. Okay, let's do a fresh request. So we have this. Let me find it in the console. Yeah. So this request ID told us that there's no SIM swap done on the SIM card. Yeah. If there would have been a SIM swap done, the response would have looked something like it would have looked something like this. Yeah, where there's a last SIM swap date. Yeah. So in our case, we got none. So that basically means the SIM card is still as it was from the beginning. back to the module. Good. So now I'll give you a lab challenge where I want you to write a function called secure top up that takes in a phone number and an amount, and then it calls the SimSwap API via insights, and then if the SIM card has been swapped, I want you to the goal of this function will be to top up airtime to that phone number that you provided. But before you top up, I need you to check whether that SIM card has been swapped. If it's been swapped, I want you to block it, to block the transaction from happening. If it has not been swapped, you allow the transaction to happen. Yeah. Maybe I should give you like 5 minutes or 3 minutes, because it's a very simple, it's a simple function. So basically what you'll do is combine the knowledge you got from airtime in the previous module to know this new knowledge on checking SimSwap status. Yeah. So far, does anyone have a question? Yes. So yeah, by now you may have implemented the functions, but let's walk through this concept together. So what was our task here was let me open that. So our task was to write a secure top-up feature function that takes in a phone number and an amount, and then calls the SimSwap API via insights. Since we've already done this using Python, I think it wouldn't hurt to do it using something like Node. Yeah, really quick. Yeah. So we'll do it really quick. Hey, AI is getting good. Interesting. I'm being told AI has gotten so good that it's surpassing us. So it will call the SimSwap API. Let me move this to a JS file. So what I'm doing here is basically initiating that. I'm initiating a node project real quick so we can implement that lab challenge. So I'll just say should accept everything. Yeah. Now let's add it to the call to that space. Good. Okay, good. So let's create index.js real quick. We will need Express. So the equivalent of Express in Python is something like Flask, yeah. And then we'll need Africa Stocking SDK. Actually, I need to add this type here. Yeah, these completions are so good. But here now I'll use insights. Interesting. So we are going to have an endpoint. Let me just use get. This wouldn't be the best, but I'll use get. I don't have to create a form. I don't have to check rejects. Let me first close it. Then let me bring this one up here. Get something that I'm ignoring activities. Yeah, so I think I'll need to install a .env package. If you have any questions, please ask. Create a .env file, and if I proceed, let me make this GitHub repo. So I need to. Oh shit, there's a lot. So basically, what I'm doing right now is ignoring some files that shouldn't go to GitHub. So here I will add the Africa Stocking API key and username. Yeah. So the reason I'm using this in JS, despite the first part using in Python, so that I can show you that you can use basically any language that you're comfortable with. Let me copy this. see if my app is good. Let us start script. Actually, let me call it. Yes. So I've installed Nodemon so that we can auto restart our server whenever we update our code. The next thing I see, we have this error. And this one tells me that we are doing something wrong. We are initializing our Africa Stocking API, Africa Stocking SDK, Node SDK wrong. So let me check what I've missed. Okay. I see what we are doing wrong. Yeah, now our code is fixed. So what we were doing wrong is that we are initializing like the way we initialize in Python by using that dot initialize. Let me show you. In Python, we usually do the dot initialize, Africa Stocking dot initialize, but in the Node one, we just do Africa Stocking, then pass in the credentials. So now our insights service is initialized. Let's come and do. So basically, what we'll do here is that we'll take our phone number, then pass it in, and then quickly get a response. Yeah. So let's go back to our documentation. So if you have any question, or if you spot a bug in the middle of what I'm doing, please feel free to interrupt and ask. So let me look at the SimSwap. Okay, since it's not available there, let me go direct to the Node SDK. It will show us how to initialize the insight service. So how you do it is you call this check SimSwap state method. So phone number, yes. Check SimSwap state. That's the right way. In fact, let's make it much easier. Just a minute, I'm processing something. Now we're actually doing this in the wrong place. So we are going to we need some form of DB. The reason we need it is I think I need a sketch. I don't know if I have a sketch. The reason we need that is because these are two kinds of APIs being called. One is synchronous, the other one is asynchronous. One, the airtime one, you can just call and send airtime, but the SimSwap request one, you have to send out a request and then wait for the response in a different callback. Yeah. So let me see how best I can set up a quick DB. Actually, let me show you. An easier way would have been, we are going to initiate the SIM swap in Cal. And then now when the response comes, we run it through, just a minute. To see the nature of this response. Okay, good. Documentation, status. Okay. Actually, I'm discovering something that probably a new feature that we should have inside the API. The ability to add metadata. But lucky for us, airtime has that. But I'm just realizing that we don't have that in SimSwap. So this is a very interesting discovery. Okay, just 1 minute. Let me figure something out. So, so instead of using a DB, we could just simulate one. And check the SimSwap. So how it's going to behave is that first we will invoke SimSwap check, and then save the phone and the request ID. And then when we get a callback, we retrieve the request ID from it, and check the phone from that DB, from that entry, and then proceed with the top up. So, okay, so secure top up. we're going to do request ID. Yeah. So basically this, and then now the next part will be to wait for the callback. In this case, I'll just use this pattern. So just come and do. Then we're going to retrieve. We're going to retrieve request status and last swap. Actually, there's no last swap. We proceed with top up. So how does a top up look like? Let me just be sure that that's the exact type of response we are waiting for. So, transaction ID. And there we're getting so responses. Then the first item in that response will contain our transaction ID. I mean our request ID. Yep. So let me just make sure we are doing good so far. Need to update this bot to be 9,000. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you also feel like I'm moving too fast, please also let me know. So something else that I haven't mentioned is since we are doing this on localhost, this won't be reachable by Africa's Talking APIs. So we need to take this public to the internet. So in scenarios like this is where you use things like ngrok and local tunnel, but in my case, I'll use Cloudflare. So here I have a script that starts Cloudflare. Okay, let me show you how it looks like. Here's how that scripts look like. And I will update the documentation to show you how you can. I'll update the GitHub repository to show you how you can set up your own. So now all our requests are available public. Let me fix a bug here. Yeah. Wait. Sync. Yeah. So now let's use our postman to invoke this request. we're going to make is 100 bob. I just want to be sure that it's running. Oh, I mistyped. Okay, cannot get sim swap of undefined. I think they somehow is made a mistake. I think I invoked this the wrong way. So let me check it. I actually invoked it correctly. Okay, let me look into the code itself. Again, the importance of why I'm showing you all my flows, so you can, all the other flows that I'm working on, is so that you can get a gist of what happens when you're building things and getting errors. So it's am I calling it correctly? Yes. So yeah. So the issue that I had is that I was calling it wrong. I had a typo basically. Instead of doing insights in capitals, I was doing insights in small. So that's why I had that error. Now the next error that I'm facing, I have an invalid country code. Let me see how it goes. I wonder why that's invalid. Interesting. Let me confirm I'm receiving the right thing. I think kuna issue hapa. There's something that is wrong in my code and I just can't find it. Is it insights? For numbers. do this manually and see why it's behaving like that. Yep, we are better. Okay. What kind of error are we finding? Steady. Okay. Yep. Need this. Oh, okay. I know where we are getting that. It's supposed to come from responses. That's super steady. Only this. Yeah, we're good to go. Hey, an error after another. Yeah, finally. So we got this. Let's save the requests and just to be sure. Okay, now we have our data is being stored. So now the next part will be now to retrieve it. Just did I just close it? Yeah, so what exactly we've done is that we're basically sending in a phone number and an amount, and then we're checking the SIM swap state, and then the result of checking that SIM swap state is request ID. Yeah, and make it much better, and that request ID is coming from the responses. And then now we are taking that request ID, then saving it into memory, which is our simulated DB, and then adding the details of that request inside it. Yeah. So now when we get response, yeah, so what we do is, before we continue, let me first ensure that we have all these things ready. So let's invoke it again and study what we get back. 71. Now we see we get request ID. Oh, this is even way better than is actually better than I expected. This one will be less good. So you can say the last Sims update is within last 6 months. Okay, so. Let me just make sure we're doing this right. Yeah. So within the last 6 months, yep, we just decline it. Otherwise, we proceed with the top up. And so let me initiate your time here. Yep, so. AI is getting better. Okay, let me add a script here too. So I need to remove some code here. Okay, good. Okay, so I think our code is ready. So instead of it returning, let's make it print. Yeah, so that we can know whether this is working or not. Why is it saying invalid? So I'll just do like what I did up here. Forgot to pass in currency code. Currency code will make it as finishing. And yeah, so that was how the solution should have been. So basically what we are doing is we are checking a SIM-swap request. We are checking the SIM-swap status of our phone number. If it's been swapped within the past 3 months, if it's been swapped within 3 months, we decline. If it's past 3 months, we accept. Yeah. And in this case, looks like it worked. So just to be sure, let me confirm. Oh shoot, actually we are doing the wrong thing. Yeah, see if it's not within 3 months. Oh, it's not. If it's within 3 months, yes, decline. Yeah, we are doing it right. Yeah. So let me remove every code that's not needed, and then we can. Then I'll push this to. Yeah. So let me commit this so you can use it. So the reason I'm doing again all this so that you can also do this for yourself. So yeah. Yep. So the URL for this is here's the URL. Thank you, Baruti. Yeah, so here's the code that we've used to do the secure airtime top up. Yeah, so you can also implement the same with your favorite language. Yeah. So now back to the module. Let me close this. Yes, so we've done the lab challenge. I hope you also do the same from your end. So no, the next part that's important is about webhooks and callbacks. So herein we are going to look into why we have them in the first place. Why does AT webhooks and callbacks instead of just relying on APIs or even using things like SSC and sockets. So yeah, so so modern systems have shifted from polling, where a client repeatedly asks the server for new information, and evolved to event-driven communication. Yeah, the server is proactively telling the client if there's something new. So the difference between polling and webhooks is that in polling, a client repeatedly sends GET requests to check if a server's resource status have changed. But this approach is often inefficient because imagine a scenario where, let me show you something here. Remember how in SMS, your app talks to Africa Stocking, then Africa Stocking talks to the telco. Yeah, ATM would be a better example, where Africa Stocking talks to the telco, but then say the telco has a downtime. Yeah, so if your app is continuously making polling requests to Africa Stocking, it will be inefficient both on your app side and on Africa Stocking side. Why? Because you're using bandwidth unnecessarily. Yeah. Now the webhook and callback model is efficient because once the telco responds, Africa Stocking gets to know, and once Africa Stocking gets to know, it sends that status update back to you. So this is more efficient. Yeah. So the webhooks slash callbacks model is what we call it's more like push, server pushing content to the client. These often are HTTP posts. Yeah, it could be GET, but most of the time it's post. And the reason is because there's often a payload attached here, whether it's a simple thing as OK message, things like that. So here in webhooks, there's an inversion of control. Instead of you asking, is a service that's telling you. So in this case, instead of your app asking Africa Stocking Cloud, is the Africa Stocking Cloud telling you what's happening. So what you need is to register a static URL with the provider. For example, the way that I went to the Africa Stocking dashboard and added a callback URL. This one. So this is my static URL. Yeah. And the provider in this case is Africa Stocking Cloud. So in this module, we'll use the terms webhooks and callbacks interchangeably. But when we go back to the standards, the difference between a webhook and a callback is that webhooks are static and callbacks they are URLs that you attach when you're making the request. Yeah. And then they both behave the same. And the difference is how you are availing them to the provider. Yeah. So I don't know if we have a service. I don't think we have a service that uses that model. Let me just be sure. Yes, our redirect uses that model in voice-based API, where you provide a URL, that a dynamic URL, where actually not a dynamic URL. The way that you are providing that URL is in itself dynamic, because it's programmatic in nature. You're not going to hard code that ahead of time. Yeah, so that's the difference between webhooks and callbacks. But at Africa Stocking, we will use that interchangeably, those terms interchangeably. So a quick test of which you can do on your side. I want to create an app. Yeah, simple app. You could even clone the one that I've already pushed, and then add a callback or a webhook inside that code. Yeah. Now, before we proceed, let me show you something. Yeah. So before we proceed, I want to mention a bit more on the aspect of you set your callback. First of all, it must be publicly accessible. As in my case, my code was running. My server was running on port 9000. So basically, if you went to the browser and did a localhost 9000, you'll have landed to it. Yeah, but I cannot give this to Africa Stocking. Yeah, because this only exists within my network. No, actually, not even within my network, within my computer. Even then, computer next to me cannot access it. Yeah, even if we're in the same Wi-Fi. However, if you need this to be accessible, now you need to provide something like Ngrok. Let me go back to it. Yes. So you need to avail something like Ngrok. And the way you do that is, let me jump into that section. Yeah. So you need something like Ngrok, basically a reverse proxy tunnel. If you're going to use purely Python, you can just install a package called Ngrok. And if you're using any other language, you can just go to the Ngrok website and install it. Where is it? They used to have a download button. Funny enough, I can see it. Yeah, it is. So you can go to their dashboard and download for your computer. They have Mac, Windows, Linux, basically everything, every OS that you're on is covered there. In my case, I decided to use Cloudflare. Yes. Yeah, so this is what I decided to use instead. And the reason is because with Ngrok, you get a different URL for every restart. So for example, if I did Ngrok HTTP, oh, mine is even broken. But I'll give you an example right here inside this notebook. Let me run this. I want to show you the URL that I get. So see, I've gotten a random URL. Yeah. If I do this once again, let me see. Need to stop. Let me stop the runtime and then do it again. I'm missing something. Yeah. So if I run this again, now I get a different URL. Yeah. So now this is the reason why personally I prefer not to use Ngrok and instead got a domain, then linked it with Cloudflare. So every time I need to expose my local server, yeah, I can just do this script, yeah, and it gives me the same URL. Yeah. So yeah. And then this is the same URL that I've fed on the dashboard as my callback. So yeah, so there are many ways to skin a cat. Is it a cat or a rat? Yeah, there's so many ways to do that. Another one you can use is called local tunnel. Yep. Yeah. So you have so many options to explore. Now let me go back to. So now here are some best practices on when you're dealing with callbacks and webhooks. The number one is the 200 rule. So for every response that you're making, make sure that it always returns 200 if it's successful, and a non 200 if there is an error or something that needs sorted or a failed state. Yeah. And one thing you should know, if you give a non 200 status code, it will always trigger. Okay, not always. It depends with the provider, but with most providers, it will always trigger automatic retries. Yeah. Now, why is this important? So, in the when you are doing the module 1, Riziki mentioned that there's this there are these connection errors that pop up that happen when you having USSD when you're having USSD sessions. Yeah. So you could find a scenario of that is being caused by the response either being slow. Yeah, most of the time it's actually the response being slow. So for example, if let me show you. See, like in here, yeah, if I had so if I had something that causing a delay here, Africa's talking would assume that my server has an issue, and then it will retry this once again. Yeah. So for example, in here, I'm delaying for 5 minutes. Yeah. So if I run this in production, it's it's not a good thing. Yeah. Things that would cause delay would be maybe, say, you are processing bulk transactions. Say, for example, I needed to send airtime, say, to 100,000 people, or even send bulk SMS to maybe 1 million people, which most of you will experience. When you go out and get customers, your customers will likely want millions of messages to be sent out. So in such a scenario, you need to design your code such that the task doesn't happen within this request response cycle. Instead, you'd want to move these heavy tasks in something like a queue, something like a RabbitMQ, something like RabbitMQ, which is one of the easiest brokers to use, or something else like Redis, something else like Kafka, basically. Yeah. So you'd take those 1 million for numbers, then throw them inside RabbitMQ. Then RabbitMQ will process them in a separate, separate instance. Yeah. And then once you've thrown them into RabbitMQ, you proceed with respect to the provider. Yeah. What else? Yeah. So this is a part that I was saying, don't block with heavy logic. Number 2, acknowledge with the 200 status as fast as possible. Push the payload to a queue, say RabbitMQ, Redis, PubSub, yeah, and process asynchronously. Yeah. So away from that, the next part will be to talk about the security aspect. Yeah. So the fact that your webhooks are available means that anybody can ping them. Yeah. So if you're not careful about how you handle the authentication and security, you might end up doing things that you don't want to do. For example, this code that I've done right now, it's vulnerable. Yeah. In the sense that if someone got to understand how I'm processing, that basically I'm having a transaction ID, a request ID, and then just proceeding with it, what they can do is if they could have a way to figure out the request ID itself, they could craft the webhook to simulate my my conditions here. So they'd send me something with a valid request ID and with a date that is greater than 3 months. And just like that, they'll proceed with the request. So the way to prevent it is to have, you can either do a signature verification or, prevent a play attack or have IP whitelisting. So how signature verification looks like is basically you you tell the provider to sign the request, yeah, and then both you and the provider have a shared secret key, yeah, and then the provider, which is the sender in this case, will generate HMAC hash from that payload and include it in the header. Then when you receive that same request, you do a similar calculation and then compare the values. If they match, it's secure. If they don't match, you reject it. Yeah. If you've used something like Flutterwave API, you'll find, is it Flutterwave or Paystack? One of the two. You'll find that they use this a lot. Yeah. At Africa Stocking, we use that one, which is IP waitlisting. So you can waitlist our IP, and if any other person tries to call your callback, any other IP tries to call your callback, you just decline. So the other way to do security is by having like a timestamp, like in a time window. Say, for example, you can tell the provider to send how do I put this? To send a timestamp along with the payload, so that on your end you can look at whether the time that request arrived versus the time that is in the timestamp, whether they are close to each other. If there's a big difference, you just ignore it, and decline it. Yeah. The IP waitlisting is the one that I talked about. This one you'll find it especially when you're using our voice service, SIP, where both ends you need to waitlist. We need to waitlist your IP and you need to waitlist ours. Last is about reliability. So reliability and idempotency. So a good factor to consider when you're doing webhooks and callbacks is that you have a delivery model, and at least once delivery model. Yeah. So this means that when a request is made, regardless of how many times that request is repeated, the outcome should be the same once. Don't know if you've gotten what I mean. For example, if I send, let's imagine a scenario where I've coded this app in a very horrible way. Okay. Right now it doesn't have security, so it's already horrible, but in a way horrible way, where the airtime send is invoked like 4 times. Yeah. This means I'll send airtime 4 times to this phone number. Yeah. However, we have this feature inside called idempotency key. Yeah, which in our scenario we could attach it to the request ID. Yeah, so this ensures that that the request, even if the same request is repeated multiple times, the airtime won't be sent multiple times, so it just be sent once. Yeah. So this factor to consider, especially when you're a provider or you're on the sender side. What else? This also avoid duplicate events. Yeah. Something else is how you respond. So if you respond with things like 543, this means like you're telling the provider that this is a temporary failure. If you're responding with something like a 400, you're telling the provider that this is a permanent failure. Yeah? And this is important because this is what the provider will use to determine whether to try again or not to retry. Other ones are pretty basic, like you should have HTTPS instead of HTTP. For example, this endpoint that I provided here is a HTTPS, yeah, by default. It's been signed by Cloudflare, if I'm not wrong.
if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's pretty much it on webhooks. Yeah, the other part is about testing and debugging. So as you've seen, I've mostly debugged using Postman, and is this Postman? So I was checking for the responses here, and the good thing about Postman is that you can even automate certain things. Yeah. For example, let me see if I have some scripts. Just a minute, let me stop sharing my screen so I don't accidentally open a private collection. Oh, you can't see. Oh, nime disable. Ndio ni switch Postman. Just a minute. I'm trying to switch to an example that has scripts. Okay. Interesting. I actually don't have one that's ready. Switch workspaces. Oh yeah, I found one. Yes, so for example, so one of the tools I love debugging with is Postman because you can automate certain things. So for example, here is API I was building a while back. So oh, sorry, I was speaking in mute. So one of the advantages of using Postman is that you can automate certain actions. Yeah. So for example, just like the way we have params, out, headers, bodies, you can have scripts. Yeah. So for example, in this one, I was receiving after doing a sign-in, providing username password, I was passing the response and then extracting the access token from the response and then setting it as a variable inside Postman, then proceeding with, other requests like creating resources. So yeah, so that's one of the things. Let me switch back to the notebook. So other tools you can use is things like webhook.site. So this is basically a service, an online service that allows you to use the URL, and then when the provider pings it, you get to see the header details, the request body, query strings, and things like that. They even have a unique temporary email address, so you have a lot you can do with. So the simulating scenarios here you do with Postman, you can use CLIs. Yeah. So the next part, we look into webhooks and callbacks in Africa stocking. So let me close some tabs here. Yeah, good. So earlier on, we looked into the different products that Africa Stocking has, which is we looked into airtime and SMS and insights now. And along the way, we touched on webhooks in airtime and webhooks in SimSwap. Yeah. So now we are going to look into two-way SMS. This I will. For this, I will go back to our original code. So this, the code that we are looking at is the Python on the Flask one that I had shared earlier on at the start of this module. Actually, something that I haven't mentioned. Okay, let me open it. Something that I haven't mentioned is that besides the README that's there is another Markdown file called setup. And basically, it's taking you step by step to how you can replicate this entire project. From creating the directory itself to setting the virtual environment and things like that, to creating your routes. Yeah, basically, it's what I was thinking when creating it. Yeah, it's a basic guide. So back to the module. Just a minute. Okay, good. So this second part won't be complex. We are going to because most of this we've already covered, so we are going to go on it really quick, and then we are going to jump into the AI bit, and then we break for lunch or something. So for two-way SMS, it's similar like bulk SMS. The only difference is that both parties can communicate. When I mean both parties, I mean your app and your customers. In bulk SMS, it's where only your app was sending a message to the customers, but the customer couldn't respond to you. Yeah. So for bulk SMS, I'll show you how to simulate this. So in our developer documentation, I want you to scroll down to simulator. To load a virtual phone here, then you're going to enter your phone number. Yeah, like I did. Now we're in. So so from here, we are going to simulate receiving and sending of messages. So to simulate that, I had already made an endpoint called I'd already made an endpoint called invoke two-way SMS. Yeah? And that's what I'm going to invoke for sending a message. So So it's basically sending a message to that number, and let me see response to it. Oh, I think there's something I need to do. Yeah, I need to so what I've done there is just to switch the environment variables to use sandbox. So when I sent this hello world, I received it here. Yeah, maybe it could be something else. Hello, taking. Oh, hello world. So we got the message, and now we can also respond here. And after sending it, now you see we have another response. So this is automated. So this came from our app where Africa's Talking called our callback. Then our callback invoked another message to respond. Yeah. So the exact code that was used there looks similar, actually very similar to what we use for sending SMS. And I'll show you. This is the bit that sent the SMS. It's this SMS.send, and the bit that responded to that is where is it? This one, that the two-way callback. And when we invoked that, you also see it's using the same SMS.send. The only difference is that in the first one, we didn't specify a shortcode, but in the second one, we did specify a shortcode. So, yeah. Let me show you something else. So that was on two-way. Something else I need to mention is how we set the callbacks. So inside the Africa's Talking dashboard under Sandbox, click on SMS, and then under it, you're going to see callback URLs. So the specific one that we used for two-way SMS is called incoming messages, which is this SMS two-way. And inside our code, you will see it here, this two-way. And it comes with the link ID. The request body comes with the link ID, text, to ID, date, and from. The link ID is usually important because this is what you use to how do I put this? It gives you context on the message. So actually, you can see more about it under the SMS. Where is it? Here. This you can read more. You can read more about it here. Let's go. Let's jump quickly to the other callback, which is delivery reports. Delivery reports are basically informing you whether a message has been delivered or not, and it often contains the final state of that message. There's another one called bulk SMS opt-out. So this one is say instead of a customer blacklisting your send ID, it's better when they send you a message, you don't send me these messages anymore. You just want to opt out. It's useful. So it's invoked whenever a user sends stop to your bulk SMS shortcode or send ID. We have another one for subscription. This one is particularly useful when you're doing things like how do I put this? You've seen messages, you've seen like those dating services where you send love to 343. For those for those seeking love, you send, or for those seeking news updates, you say send news to 9399, things like that. So this is where you set the callback for subscription services. Then the next one, airtime you already covered, but just to be sure so you can under airtime you have two types of callbacks. You have the status callback and you have the validation callback. The status callback basically tells you the final state of that transaction. The validation callback is more of a guardrail. Say, for example, it's actually a very good thing to set. Yeah. Say, for example, you have what do you call this? You have a situation where you need to verify a number before you send. Like, for example, in our instance where we needed to check the SIM swap status before we send. So on one side, you invoke the send the airtime, but then on the other side, you validate before approving that request. So that's where the validation comes in. Again, you'll see it in the code and route time. You'll see one called validation. And basically, it's supposed to either respond with validated or failed. Yeah. Any response you give that's not validated will automatically be considered as you declining to approve the request. The other one, SIM swap, we already covered. Basically, you get the status of a SIM card after. In USSD, we have callback too, but this time it's different. So in USSD and voice, the types of callbacks we have there are more interactive, and stateful, unlike the APIs that we have. So in USSD and voice, the callback contains instructions for the next step. So for example, if you dial star hash, the next set of instructions will be determined by the callback you give back to Africa's token. So they're dynamic and interactive by nature. And where to set them again, and USSD, click on service codes, and then you go to your specific code and set the callback for it. Yeah. Same case to voice. We don't have voice here. We don't have voice in Sandbox. We have it in production, in live. So you switch over to live. So under voice, click on phone numbers, and then select a specific phone number, and then you can set the callback URL for it. It also comes with an events URL. So this one is basically more of reporting. It will give you the final status. It will give you the status of an ongoing call. It's pretty much good. So quick one, we will jump from there to looking basically at the call actions available under voice. You will learn more about this in the next module also. So we have things like say and so under voice API, you have things we call actions. And before I proceed, I'll make a quick demo of how it looks like. So again, I will invoke my API, then call my number. And I might have to turn on the camera for this. Oh. Okay, let me see. Interesting. I've gotten an error that I've never seen before. This is interesting. Max. interesting. Let me save this response. I've never seen something like this. Oh, actually, yes. I've just been informed by Ian, our backend engineer, that I was using Sandbox credentials to make a production call. So let me switch this real quick. Yeah, perfect. Yes, so I'll need to share my screen for this. Just a minute. Yeah, so what I have here is basically I'm passing the phone number to call, and then that call will come to my phone. So let me first remove my phone from DND. So yeah, so now you look into it. Yeah, you'll see a call coming, and then when I pick and put on the
Welcome to the service. This is a demo voice application. Goodbye.
So in that the XML response invoked there was say, and you can see the code for it, and the voice endpoint. So we invoked a call, and then Africa's talking invoked our callback URL, and then it answered with voice this voice response, this XML response. Welcome to the service. This is a demo voice application. This could have been anything, yeah. And you can even make it dynamic when you use our different responses. For example, where is it? For example, the one we used here is say, yeah. You could use play to play, and you can use get digits to get the key prices. You can even customize the voice itself, yeah, to sound more maybe feminine or masculine, robotic, or you can just change how much you want it to be. Yeah? You can even record the calls. It's just very broad. Yeah. So let's jump from there. So these are basically code samples that you could pick and modify in that repository. Let me show you exactly. So you can come and replace this say with something like dial, you know, and basically what we'll do, it will dial another number. You can also go an extra step and even link it to a SIP URL, yeah. If enabled, because this one you'll need to submit some extra details. You need to have a SIP server enabled. It's not that hard. Something that you should try. It's pretty much interesting. Yeah, so this other part basically shows already what we've covered, so we'll skip it. And we jump into this other part of multi-API workflow. Again, this one we've already done, where we checked if the SIM card was swapped within an X number of days. And if it was swapped, we don't send airtime. If it was swapped, we if it wasn't swapped, we send airtime. Yeah. So this is similar to what we've done, but now in Python. We did it in Node, JavaScript, but now we're showing it in Python. The lab challenge for you here is how to do that secure top up, but in batch. So you read from a CSV file and then loop through it, checking the status, SimSwap status, and then topping up. So this other final part of this module 3 is basically touching on AI, yeah, and it will be so basic. This is the next step. You're going to learn more. So Google has different ways you can use the AI. One of them is through Gemini, and to use that you'll need to have the Google packages installed and Google client. And the way you do that is running this command here. And once it installs, you import your environment variables, environment secrets, and the first secret we need is the Gemini API key. So if you don't have that, the way to do that is go to aistudio.google.com, and I'll share that link right here. Oh yes, open router, yes. That's another one suggested by Ben. Ben is our resident data scientist. He's an expert at everything AI. You should slide into his sessions also. So once you go to aistudio.google.com, you go down here. There's a part called Get API Key, and you can create an API key if you don't already have. I need to switch accounts here. Let me switch real quick. So under this, you'll see a list of API keys. So you create yours if you don't already have. So I'll call this one Google AT. Then select projects. If you don't already have, you can import. So I will import from one of the already existing projects. And once it's imported, I can select on it, yeah. Then it creates the key. Yeah, now once I have that key, you can just copy it and then head back to the notebook and visit and update it basically. Yeah. So once you've done that, you run this. You already covered how to retrieve environment secrets in module 1. So the next part of it will be to specify a model. In this case, I'm using Gemini 2.5 Flash. I'd saved it as an environment secret. It doesn't need to be a secret though, but it has a fallback. And then below it, I have this method called Ask Gemini, which basically utilizes the Gemini API we have up here, and it takes in a string prompt here. And down here, we are basically asking it a question: how to make pizza. Yeah. So, now with the knowledge that we have about sending bulk SMS, two-way, and everything, you can, and now using Gemini, basic Gemini, you can now go ahead and connect Africa Stocking APIs with Google AI. And now this is the part that I give you an assignment as we break for lunch. I want you to have this, like create a method where you can prompt Gemini with, and then link it to two-way SMS. So basically people can chat they can chat with Gemini, but through SMS, through Africa Stocking APIs. Yeah. And for that, let me, is there anyone with a question before I continue? Okay, good. So up until there, let me hand over to MK.
Thank you so much, Dagi. You have kept us here, bana. Thank you so much. That was a very detailed presentation as well as demos. I hope guys now are getting the gist of how to build with both AI and Africa stocking and some of the solution you can build. So we'll try to cover ground today, most of it. I just want to update you up as per the program. We had anticipated to do week per week so that it's not overwhelming, that we're starting online. We'll try to cover almost everything, and then we'll do this next week around that touch base on Tuesday. And then when we get a few remaining resources, we'll do an in-person or still go through the process, but nothing stops you from actually building because all the URLs are available and they have all the resources you need. If you have any question, feel free to drop it on the chat during the lunch break. But we'll break for 45 minutes, so we'll be back at around 3:15. Just leave music playing. Feel free to, leave your logging there. But we'll resume at 3:15 with module 3, module 4, as well as the final part of AI, which will be the closing module for today. And then ensure that enjoying your lunch. Bon appetit.
I'll be taking you through module 3 in line with the course content. We have covered the 3 different modules. Okay. And then we'll proceed to be covering module 3 next. So this is mostly going to be mostly like a hands-on type of module, since we'll be mostly doing building, securing, and deploying our Africa stacking integrated applications. Then, since this is sort of like an intro, we'll give it like a basis whereby we'll touch bases with the different AT products, but we can majorly focus on SMS, USSD, and voice for this part. We'll continue to, so as we proceed, we'll continue to advance them, adding AI and just covering the different content that we have for this module 3. So to get us started, let me just share my screen. Yes, a bit. Let me know if it's visible or not. Okay, need to share the entire screen. So let me just do that again. I think I'll need to pull in this content first here. Okay. try that again. Yes, so this is module 3. I think it's now clear. Yeah, amazing. So we'll just touch bases on what has already been mentioned. So the first two initial modules were mostly an intro to AT. We haven't done like a full deep down intro of Google, but that will happen as we proceed. So this was mostly to help you get familiar with Google, with Africa Stocking, the different services that we have, the different products that we have, just help you understand the whole ecosystem and the whole service architecture from product request to setting up your account that has already been mentioned. If I can just brush over that real quick, I can just come here to my account. I think the sign up process, if you haven't signed up, you can just go to africastocking.com, go and sign up and create your developer account. And then you can just come up here and you can either go straight into the sandbox or just create a team and an app. And then we'll proceed as we continue. So most of this has already been mentioned in terms of creating an app, creating a team, just navigating around the sandbox and the whole dashboard on AT. So that has already been mentioned. So I think Dagi also touched on API credential management, whereby you go to your account and set up your credentials. It's quite seamless. Just come to you. I'll give an example. You can just go to Sandbox, go to your settings and API key. You just need to input your password, and then link will be sent to your email so that you can generate an API key. So that's in line with. So this is okay. That has since most of this has already been mentioned in terms of we'll do this a bit later in terms of setting up your account when we are majorly going to be interacting with the different Google AI services and also Google Cloud setup. But for the development workflow, please ensure you can either clone some of the repositories Dagi has already shared, and I'll also share one over here that will be mostly a hands-on type of project. So over here, this is just piggybacking on what Dagi had shown you. Just build a simple, just like a refresher. This is just to help you refresh your knowledge. Just building a simple SMS bot that just helps just responds to incoming messages. So this will just give you more info in regards to webhooks, understanding the SMS product, understanding incoming SMS, and how to sort of set up the different callbacks for that. So if you're using Node.js, so you can easily access this collab. You can just set that up. So I have a couple of commands over here. So okay. So when you run this will just install Node.js on your Colab, even test out the different Node versions. So over here, these are just dependencies being pulled in, and then we'll just check the version. So, and then you can, so when that is done, you can just set up your Africa stacking directory. This is whereby we'll hold most of your Africa stacking projects on Collab. Then you can just install the necessary dependencies. So since you are going to be using Africa stacking, set up Africa stacking, Express, body parser, cause, and also .env to help you read the different environment variables. Then you can also install NodeMon if you want to make it as a long-lived service. Then just set up your env, but on this will mostly we'll just reference some of the repositories that I'm going to share, and that will help with that. Just for the refresher, for the simple SMS bot, this is not as clear as I had hoped. So I'll just pull in some code that I'll share the repo to shortly. So over here I have this project. It's called AT Google AI course. It just gives you like a foundational setup whereby I have, if you want to use airtime, SMS, SSD, or invoice, all the routes are available, and it gives you like a skeleton whereby you can just easily plug in and utilize the different aspects that you want to. So for our initial service, I will just look at the SMS bot. We'll just continue to look at the different services as we continue. Okay, so this is the simple, this should be mostly a practical exercise for you, but I'll give you like a quick head start in case you want to. So it just helps you build on top of this, so you can advance it, make it as concrete as you want. So since it's just a simple setup, you can either do, so this just echoes whatever you tell it, or just gives you like a prompt on which options you can easily utilize. And then we'll do like a simple demo running it. So let me just go back. So we'll just log the message that we receive. I'll show you how we'll set this up on the callback and everything. So I'll also share the link real quick. Since it's a public one, you can always access it. Let me just put it on the chat. You can just utilize it. Okay, let's go back real quick and just understand what's happening. So we'll just welcome you and then give you an option. So this option will basically just so you can just type help to give you a couple of options. So you have options to tell you about the weather, the time, and also a joke. So we'll just continue advancing this as we proceed, whereby you can easily get responses from sort of like an AI or something, just to respond back to your users. And then we'll just see how this one is running. So we have the service over here. We'll link it on the routes. So we have the bot/webhook, which actually just utilizes this SMS echo bot that we have over here. We'll just run it real quick. So you can just come to your Africa Stacking account. So this is just a quick refresher on SMS, to SMS. Set up your shortcode. If you don't have one, create one. You can use this option. So we will be using Sandbox for this example. And then as Dagi had shown you, just come here and create an incoming messages callback. So since mine is going to be running on ngrok, I'll just change that real quick. So let me just open up my terminal. Okay. So I have the app running here. Let me just cancel that. And also let me just restart ngrok. So first of all, we'll just run the app. All the commands are available here on the scripts. So you just start your application there. You start your app. Then, as again mentioned, you can either use different tunneling services, but for this example, we'll just use ngrok just to make our life a bit easier. You can just Google ngrok, see how you can easily set up on localhost. But as you proceed, these projects will be hosted on Google Cloud Run, whereby you will just deploy your applications and easily access them from the environment you have deployed on. So I'll just run that and get my forwarding URL. So this one basically just forwards this request to my localhost. I'll just copy that real quick, and then I'll just come here and update that. So remember, my version API still is the same. You have the API v1 SMS, then you have the bot webhook. I'll update that. Then we can just come back and see this is the bot webhook, which is being referenced here on API v1 SMS. Okay, hopefully up to there, it's all clear. So since this same structure, we'll just be utilizing it as we continue. So when doing either USSD service or a voice service, we'll just use the same format over here. This is just good to remember. Okay, so since we have done that for SMS, our service is running. Okay, our app is running, our NVs are linked. So, and a point to note, if you are going to clone this repo, just reference this env.example. So this is a way of sharing credential environment variables without actually sharing what the values are. So with this env.example, just create a .env file and just prefill these values. So since these are some of the values that we're going to be using, so I have mine over here. I won't share that. So just use the env.example and just prefill the different values that you are going to be using. So this is basically the same as what I have on my example over here. So since that is running, I'll just do a simple example. Just come here to our simulator, launch it again, and then you can just put in a number. So it connects to it, and then can just confirm what our shortcode is. So this is our example shortcode. We just come and see if you have linked everything correctly. So we'll just send a message to it. We can just say, how are you? And see if we get a response. Okay, we've got a response. So it's saying didn't understand what that was. So you can just type help for the available commands. So we can just reference our simple bot. All of this is what we are responding to. So we can just say help. Then we'll just get a couple of examples that you can do, like weather, time, or a joke. You can just check the time. So currently it's 3:36 p.m. Yes, that's correct. 3:36. Yep. So you can see it's actually providing the correct time. You can tell it to tell us a joke. And then these are generic joke whereby programmers why are programmers afraid of dark mode, because prefer dark mode because light attracts bugs. We can actually tell it to tell us another joke. Let's see if it's going to tell us another joke. Yes. So why do Java developers wear glasses? Because they can't see sharp. Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully this is a funny example to just help you get started with callbacks. So the callbacks and webhooks, as they were mentioned. So we have different callbacks, different webhooks that you can easily utilize. So we'll just continue. This was supposed to be like an intro. You can just clone this, mess around with it. Just you can just modify it, change the different responses, just to help. Then when you do that, see if so we can check on our ngrok and see that these requests are being forwarded, and we can see we are responding with a 200, meaning that everything is successful. Amazing. So let's continue in our course content. So most of this has already been mentioned in terms of API fundamentals. So we'll just cover a bit on security. This one has a typo. Okay. API security. So the initial one was just a foundational setup, just to help you remember what we had covered in the previous two modules. So we'll just keep some few bits over here, since we are mostly going to be starting with Africa stocking, how to just help you get started and running with Africa stocking, how you can easily just set up your applications, write simple applications, and then we'll proceed to learn how you can combine 2G technology and AI and Google in terms of deploying, in terms of also securing, and also in terms of building. So we'll just move directly to these multi-channel application architecture. So multi-channel application architecture, this is whereby we can combine different services. So the different services that we can combine are, let's say, for example, SMS, USSD, and voice. So we can design multi-channel communication flows and also like create unified user session management. We'll also do like a quick SMS. So this one we have already, so like we won't cover this since this was already mentioned. So like an SMS integration deep dive. So like how you can easily utilize SMS to do personalization using bulk SMS, and also how you can get responses for delivery reports. So we can easily do like a simple setup on that. Okay, let me see. For in case you receive a message and you want to sort of know if the response, if you have received any response, you can easily, I'll just do a quick example and just call it bulk. Let me just close this one. You can just call it exports dot delivery reports. We can just call that, then since it's an async request response, then we can just easily just get what is on the request body. We can just say console.log request.body, and then we'll just name it as report. Let's call it delivery report. Let's do that, and then we can just respond with rest.status with like a 204. Okay. When we receive a response. So just do a quick example, connect that real quick. You'll just see how this structure will just help you just do things very fast. So now we can have a delivery webhook, and then we just call our SMS bot dot delivery reports. And then since that's it, we'll just copy this and then just come to our dashboard real quick. And then for on our callbacks, just add a delivery report. And then, okay, let me just clear that. And just go, okay. Let's do API be on SMS. And then we'll just check where this service is running real quickly. And then let's expand this console and just copy that and paste it. So submit that. And we'll just restart our application again. So restart our application. Everything seems to be okay. Then go back to our application and send a help command and see. Okay, so we have gotten a response, and then we can just check our logs. So when we receive a delivery report, we'll just see that when it's updated. So, and then we can just, so when they receive the SMS, okay, we can just do, we want a joke. Let's see, okay, we have gotten our joke. Let's see, we are getting, so it seems we haven't received our report yet, though while it's running, we'll just monitor it as we continue, and then we'll get notified when that. Don't know if I submitted this. I submit that again. Confirm everything is okay. Yeah, seems to be okay. We'll just check on it, and in case response is received, we'll just see it logged. Okay, we have one, the delivery webhook. We can see. So you have a delivery report whereby we've been notified that we've got a failure. We've got two failures. So this initial message. So we can just come here and confirm on our outbox that these ones have failed since they're running on Sandbox. But at least we can confirm that both our callbacks for incoming messages and also delivery reports are working. That's amazing. We'll just continue. So mostly we'll just, for these examples, the next few examples, we'll just cover USSD and also voice, just to help you get started real quick in terms of building out this services. So over here, we can talk about the voice AI implementation. So we can have like the IVR. So this is the interactive voice response design. We can cover call routing and also call forwarding. We can also cover voice recording and also playback and also text to speech. So in case you have any questions as we proceed, please just put them on the chat over there. And also for USSD. So for USSD, we'll cover the different menu navigation patterns. We'll also cover session state management and also how you can use SMS as a fallback for both voice and also for USSD in case your service is not working. And also we'll just cover some few bits on performance optimization for USSD. So in building USSD, we'll cover some few steps real quick on how to easily just build out these menus, transition from one state to another, and what actually USSD entails. So we can quickly just jump into, so we can now sort of forget this example and just open up the different documentations for voice and also for USSD. So USSD helps you build dynamic and so our API helps you build dynamic and scalable USSD applications. So some of the few possible use cases that you can easily utilize for USSD, like collection of feedback, you can do KYC registration. So in terms of so for USSD, so like for simple banks or SACCOs or whichever service that you or whichever business that you're building. So for you can either like make the the sign up process really simple using KYC on USSD. You can, so if you're in Kenya and for example you wanna do like payments, so like if you're unable to access, let's say for example the M-Pesa application or the M-Pesa SIM toolkit, you can easily utilize USSD as a fallback option. So you can either build out a whole USSD application to help out with payments. You can build out loyalty programs. Then users can easily redeem points or even vouchers. And also for financial services. So the financial services, so you can build, so for our example, we'll build like a simple bank application, really simple one. So you can just continue to utilize the different, so there are a lot of possibilities when using SSD because it's so dynamic and very much scalable. You can build out any type of application that you might think, but you also have to put remember that there's also like a limit in terms of timeouts. So the user input doesn't have to be long. So you have to have like so in terms of menus, you can design out how your menus will look. So providing users options to quickly navigate from one menu to another very quickly. And I'll just cover that. So as Dagi had said, like for the callbacks on USSD, these are mostly dynamic. So since it interacts with the application to change up the different menus that users will receive or will view. So like we'll just discuss how USD basically works. So an end user does that on their phone. So the dial is directed to the telco. So when I dial a USSD code, so I'll dial that on my phone, and then it goes to the telco. Then the telco forwards that to Africa stocking. So it is here in the middle. Then it goes to your application. Then you can respond that with plain text, and then we'll forward that response to the end user as a menu. So that's basically how the SSD process works. So we'll just cover how to easily handle sessions. You can look at the examples, code examples over here, but we'll quickly build out a simple service that simulates this. And then, okay, we'll just look at that real quick. So we'll just go back to our application, since this one has already been covered in terms of reporting. We can see our webhooks are working, application is working. We'll now just focus on USSD. We'll just stop this for now, since we have already covered everything in terms of SMS. To help you just remember what callbacks are or what webhooks are. So we have covered incoming webhooks and also delivery reports. So now we can jump into our simple service. So let me just share that real quick. Let me stop this and reshare again. Where is it? Customer service. SSD. This one good. Okay, this is the banking service. Yes, that's the one. Okay, let me just share my screen again. Let me just create that real quick. This is the bank.js. And then we'll just fix this together real quick. Let me just remove some of these. Okay. Share my screen again. All right, so I think I'll just update these repo as we proceed, so that you can easily get the best experience when working with it. Since most of these are going to be pretty much hands-on examples. So just back to our module. So we'll cover how to work with voice and also USSD. So over here, we'll finally build out like a simple customer service application that handles both SMS, voice, and also USSD. So you can easily utilize these examples. Easily utilize these examples real quick. So over here we have our class, which is the USSD bank, our services. So we have we need a way of keeping track of our sessions, and then we have our simple DB. So since this is an example, we'll just assume this is our sample database. So you can either build out a full DB, and you can build out a full database, set up that. But for this example, since we want to just give you sort of like an intro on how you can sort of advance this, we'll just simulate this as our database for the moment. Then we have our functions over here to process USSD, but we'll just quickly let me just change this up real quick and just say SSD bank. Okay. Just banking up is equals to just pull in my utility. So the utilities are readily available. Just okay. So I can just say gotcha. So we have the request and the response. And then we'll just grab the body. And then we'll just do that. Just copy that over there. And then we'll just close this. So we have our app set up over here. So I'll just walk through what is actually happening. Just a quick walkthrough. So we have over here, so this is sort of like the entry point. So when we look at the documentation, really quick. So when you receive a USSD, so this is the information that is relayed back. So we can get the session ID, the phone number, and the text from the request body. So all of this is, you can just check the documentation. So you can see the parameters. We have the session ID, the phone number, the network code, the service code, and the text. So we are mostly concerned with the session ID. So since this is unique for each individual user that's interacting with the application, we'll need that to keep track of where they are in terms of the menu, the phone number of the user, and also the text. These are some of the requirements that we need. So we'll just grab those, and then we'll have our USSD bank over here. Then we'll call process USSD. So this function basically takes in a phone number, a session ID, a phone number, and the text that we are receiving. Since the default one is going to be empty, so that's why we have empty over there. Then when you get the response, we'll just send it back. And also in case we receive an error, we'll just log the error over there. So when this service starts, so we'll check if the account number is within this list. So in case the phone number is not in that list, we'll hold that. So in case the user is not there, we'll just return them and tell them to register. So we'll change the session, the state to register. So right now, I'm not sure if I created that. Let me see. Okay. So I don't have the register menu, but we'll just simulate that. Okay, then in case we have a user, we'll just welcome them, and then we'll just give them an option to okay. We'll just send them to the home menu, and then in our home menu, we'll just welcome them, and then we'll let them have different options to either check their balance, send money. So these are the different, so there are different ways to use menu transitions. So this is the simplest way. So you can easily utilize different ways. So you can use different libraries that the community has built out, or you can easily just use just build one for yourself, or even use switch cases and if statements. So in case over here, we welcome the user, to give them options to check their balance, send money, buy airtime, and even check mini statements. So far, this one looks good. So we'll just proceed to connect this and run it. So over here we have our USSD routes. So we'll just come here and just do router dot hosts, and then we'll just do since it's bank, then webhook, and then we'll just connect our service. We'll just say const USSD bank is equals to, just require it real quick, and go to the services, and then we just utilize our USSD bank, then plug everything together. We just USSD bank dot banking up. Then right now, we can assume that everything has been connected. So just to help you navigate that, so we have the different routes. So we have seen how we can easily just build out SMS, and then right now we have just connected our USSD banking app. So most of these routes end up here in the entry point of our app. So we're just importing them over here. So we have already imported SMS, and right now we have imported USSD. Then this is the full path, API v1 USSD. And then we are just exporting them and running our application over here. So we'll just go back to our bank and just see if everything is running. Yes, so far so good. Everything seems to be working, but we'll need to confirm if everything is okay. So our forwarding URL is still the same over here. I'll just copy it since our app is still running. And then we'll just go back to our dashboard. So under USSD, if you previously joined our previous hands-on session, I think they've already been posted on YouTube. You'll see how we covered how you can create a channel. But in case you aren't able to join, we'll just cover how you can easily set up a channel. We'll just come here and you'll have this default code, but we'll just set up a quick channel. We can just say 9090. I'm sure this has already been taken, but we'll just get a prompt to we'll get a prompt whereby it will tell us, we'll get a few suggestions in case that has already been taken. And then we'll just connect our USSD. So it's running on API, v1, USSD, and then we have bank, webhook. So basically just like that, this is how you easily quickly just connect your application on the dashboard using the callback. We'll just go back and confirm if that is the correct route. Let me just collapse that real quick. We'll just go back to the entry point again. So we have API v1 USSD. That's correct. API v1 USSD. And then we'll go back to our USSD routes, whereby we have bank/webhook that's connected. And then we'll quickly just create this channel. We'll get this suggestion to use a different one, so we can just quickly use the suggested one. Change that to the suggested one. So it's supposed to be unique, and it's supposed to have not been taken. So we'll just create our channel that has been created. So we can see we have our previous channel, and now we have our new channel over here. So on the channels, so this is our entire USSD path, our service code. Then over here, we can see we have our callback that we have for our application that's running. Let's confirm that our app is running. So our app is still running, and NGRock is still available. Nice. So we'll proceed to just test if everything is okay. Hopefully the demo gods are on our side. Connect. Okay. I think that will not work. Let me just utilize one of our numbers that we are using for our application. Let me go back to our USSD bank, and hopefully this one should work. Let's see how many. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think this one is okay. I'll just see if that is going to work. It's a valid number. And we'll come here and see what our service code is. And then we'll just copy that there. Yeah, let's ensure this is visible. Okay, it's still running. Let's see. Amazing. So we have our menu over here. So our user was called John Doe, and then we have our default menus. So since this is not a new user, you're not prompting them to register. We'll just we'll just welcome them and show them the different menus that we have. So we have one whereby you can check your balance, option 2 to send money, option 3 to buy airtime, option 4 to get the mini statement, and 0 to exit. So we can do option 1 to check our balance. So we can confirm that our balance is Kenyan shillings 15,000 as in line with our bank over here. So we can see we have 15,000 as our bank balance. We can run that again, and then we can sort of do option 4 to check our mini statement. So we can just check the different transactions that we have been having. So for salary, rent, and even our balance, which is currently 15,000. So that's how quickly you are able to set up a USSD app and connect it to Africa Stocking. It's really simple, really quick, and really fast. So we'll just talk about how the different, so back to our documentation really quick. So okay. So there are some few things you need to note. So we have some key terms over here, or key values. So we have the con and the end. So as you go through this documentation, you'll need to let the mobile service provider, meaning that the telco, know whether the session is complete or not. So if the session is ongoing, in the beginning of your response, you need to respond with con, and if the last response of the session, so in case the session is terminating, you can respond with end. So we'll just go through this code really quick, and you'll just see them as we proceed. So over here, we can see we have, since this is a back to the documentation, where is it? Over here. So since this is the beginning of a session, we'll respond with a con. So since this is the default, the initial messages that we are sending the user, we'll let them, we'll start with the con and welcome them to either register or login or exit. So when they also on this part over here, you can see that we are telling them to, we're also welcoming them and also using the con. So these are, you should use them on the different menu transitions. So in case you want to sort of terminate the session, let's say for example, when a user dials the option 1 to check their balance and there's no other menu transition, so you're just ending the session after showing them the balance, you'll use this end just to notify that the mobile service provider that this is the end of the SSD session. Then we'll just display the user balance. And then let's say for option 2, by we want to send some money. So we can test that out. Come here and run that again. So we can do option 2, that's sending money. So we can just do like a random number. Is accurate. We are sending now. We'll send like 3,000. You confirm you want to send. Okay, I can see you have some typo somewhere. So confirm you want to send that money to that. Then I can do option 1 to confirm. Okay, maybe the transaction was cancelled. Let's try that again. I think there's something wrong with my code somewhere. But we can just review the different menu transitions. So over here, the first one, so after option 2, by we chose send money. So when the case is option 2, we'll prompt the user to enter the phone number you want to send this money to, and then we'll transition to a different state. So the different state now is going to be send money to a phone number. So we'll just come here and create that state and switch to that state over here. So when we come to this state, we'll prompt the user to tell us how much they want to send to the user. Remember this part, so when transitioning from one menu to another, remember this bit over here. So we'll prompt them to enter the amount of money they want to send to the user, and then so then we'll now transition to another menu. So when you're transitioning from one menu to another, you can also transition from one state to another. So since the previous state was send money to a phone number, so the next state is enter the amount of money you want to send. So the next step you can give it as descriptive of a name, as a descriptive name. So mine, I'll just call it send money amount. So this is the amount that you want to send to the user. Then I'll come here and transition to this state and then check. So if the amount is, so we'll just do some validation. So the validation, we're just sanitizing the input that the user is entering. So we'll just confirm if this is a valid amount, or so in case it's not a valid number or a valid amount, we'll just respond back to the user, informing them that this is an invalid amount, enter a valid number. And then since we haven't changed the state, we'll still remain on this send money amount. So let's just confirm that. So we'll just go back again and do send money. We'll just enter the same phone number. So we can do like 5, since that's not valid. Okay, I think something, wait. It's not a number, I think that's a number. Just cancel and try that again. And like and then I think there's something that's failing over here, but we'll just revisit. Since that's a bug, we can just revisit this and correct that. So over here, we'll quickly just confirm if it's a valid number. If not, we'll break and terminate that. And in case the amount is greater than the account balance, we'll just inform them that the amount is greater than the balance and terminate that. And then we will send them a confirmation telling them that whether to confirm or to cancel. So in case they confirm, we'll transition to this different menu over here. So the different menu will just tell you that so the amount was successful, and then this is your new balance. Else, it will just inform you that the transaction was cancelled. So we can also just go back really quick, and when you do option 3, whereby it's buying airtime, so we'll just come here to option 3. So it will prompt you to enter the phone number that you want to send airtime to, and then transition to the airtime phone number state. So you can just come back here real quick, and then we'll confirm how much the amount that you want to send to the individual, and then you'll just input the amount. So we'll just transition to airtime amount state over here. Then we'll confirm if it's a valid amount. So if it's valid or invalid, and then we'll just proceed. So we'll proceed to just confirm if the account has enough balance to proceed or not. And then finally, if it's successful, we'll just show that menu. And then the default menu is in case you input in case the session is not valid or input is not correct, it will just terminate that session. So basically, that's the flow of building out a simple SD. So I've just shown you how you can easily just set that up, connect it to your routes, and easily just deploy it. So we just connected to our routes over here, and then restart our application, and then connect it to our callback over here, and then boom, everything is okay. So as part of the documentation, so for this next practical exercise, so you can build out, so back to our module content over here. So we'll build out a simple multi-channel customer service application that handles both SMS, voice, and USSD. So when so based on this current example, you can sort of utilize this example to build out this customer service application. So you can have different menus. So in case a user wants to report an issue, wants to log an issue, so you can have those different menu transitions. So that is going to be your practical example for now. I can sort of pause for a minute. In case you have any questions, feel free to put them on the chat, and then I will respond to that before we move to voice. Voice is going to be also a quick detailed example. We'll focus on that next. So I'll just quickly update. So I think I shared the link to the repo over there. We'll just sort of update the new changes that we have made for USSD. So we'll just check the different routes that we have updated, and then we'll just add them. Let's just add everything. And then we'll just say updated SSD bank as an example. Then just check everything is okay. Then we'll just push. So you can easily utilize this as the example for building out the multi-channel customer service application. So we have talked about USSD and also 2 SMS. So for 2 SMS, you can build up, so you can see how you are responding to those menus. You you can build out those menus whereby a user can, so if it's option 1 to report an issue, a user can respond that back to that as a text. So they can just type out the text that they want to respond to, and that will be logged on your system. So that's going to be sort of your practical example. Let me just check that. So you can see all the changes have been pushed. Let me just update that on our master, on our main page, on our main branch, sorry. Everything is checking out. Let's just confirm if there's no security issues. It's taking a while. Let's try and refresh that. Okay, but we can quickly confirm that we don't have any variables shared. Everything seems to be accurate. Yes, okay, everything, all the checks pass. And then we'll just confirm that. So all the current changes are being merged on the main branch. You can easily utilize that to build out the practical example. So I'll just quickly check the chat. I can see there are no questions so far. If there is any question, feel free to unmute and let me know before we move over to voice. So since this is mostly a hands-on, I want to just engage with you guys. Let me know in case there is anything, if anything or everything is clear so far. Is everything clear? You can do like a thumbs up if everything is clear. You can put that on the chat. Okay, I don't see anything so far. Okay, thank you, Riziki. So I think we are all good. We'll just quickly just cover voice real quick before we just. Okay, thanks, Jack. We'll quickly just cover voice real quick before we hand over to Ben, who's going to be mentioning some bits on AI. Then after that, we'll finally just come back, and so I think that will be on the next session because this is like a multiple week type of program. So you don't have to really build out everything right now. You can log them as examples or sort of notes that will, I can just put that as a mental note that we'll continue to work on as we proceed, since time is not on our side. Yes. We'll just quickly jump into the voice API implementation and then go to our documentation really quick. Yes. So utilizing our API, you can easily build out dynamic. So we've seen with the previous example on USSD, so you can build out a dynamic scalable application for USSD. So the menus are since we are utilizing the callbacks that you have set on the dashboard over here, the menus are coming from your end. You're the one building out the menus, and then we are just relaying it to the telco, and the telco will just display it to the end user as shown here. So the menus are coming. So when a user will dial the code, the code will go to AT, then it will come to your web application, and then you'll just respond back with the plain text of the menus, and then we'll just send back to the user as the USSD menu from your plain text. For voice, it works the same way. When a user dials the phone number, it will come to Africa Stocking, and then we'll just connect it to your application, and then we'll get, so for USSD, we are getting a plain text response, but for voice, we are getting XML response. So we'll just go quickly through the documentation, so you can easily build out dynamic, scalable, fully featured voice applications that entirely operate on cloud, eliminating the costs you have to put in for equipment. So this one will help you build out so different use cases. So some of the possible use cases so that you can build out are call centers. You can build out like a remote or physical. So you can just build out everything online. You can do like user authentication. So if you've ever used a service whereby in case you don't receive an OTP, you have the option to sort of get a call, and then you can easily read out that OTP to your users. Call blasting or robocalls. So if you want to easily broadcast messages to different people, you can utilize voice. And if you want to use surveys, or I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of for different countries, elections are really coming on the way. So you might find maybe some companies doing surveys via calls. So these are some, so they can easily automate that whole process, or if you easily want to get feedback or for a certain issue, you can easily utilize that. So I've already mentioned how that works. And then we'll just cover how you can easily register and set up. So to do that, just go to Africa Stocking. So on your account, hopefully you already created a team and an app. So over here, I already have my voice. So I have my voice support app over here. I'll just go directly to it. And then, so this is a live application. So for voice, we are not able to run it on Sandbox. You will have to do it on a live environment. You can quickly just come here to the voice product and then for the phone numbers. So for the phone numbers, in case you don't have one, you'll need to fill out this form and just let us, so you just come here and then tell us that you are doing this for voice. So for Kenya, so since this is building out for Kenya for the moment, I'll continue with Kenya. So I'm an individual, and then I'll just fill out these forms. For the company, it's different, but in case you need to fast track this process, you can just Slack us or send a message on the Slack channel, and then we can help fast track this process for you. But since I already have a phone number, I'll just come here. Yes, I'll just come here. So this is my phone number that has been assigned to me. It's a regular, and then I can receive inbound traffic. So inbound traffic is whereby an end user will call me, and then I'm able to sort of handle that call logic, or I can also initiate a call from my end and sort of send that traffic towards the user. So we'll quickly just cover what voice has. I know Dagi had brushed over it real quick. So what you can do on voice, you can make calls. So using this endpoint over here, you just need to provide your API key and username, and then you can provide a list of phone numbers that you want to make a call to. So we'll have the from. So the from, this is the phone number that you have been assigned by AT. And then two, these are a comma separated list of recipients. So if you have multiple people, you can just add them as comma separated numbers. And then client request ID, this is optional. So you don't need to add that. So for handling calls, so these are, we have different, so like in case you receive a call, so what are the next steps that you need to do? So this is the information that is sent back on a call. And then we have call transfer. So in case you want to transfer a call to a call to a different person, you can easily utilize this endpoint over here, whereby you will just provide the session ID, the phone number, the call leg, and also a hold music. It's an optional string URL. So in case, let's say let's say for example, give an example whereby you have called a bank, and maybe you're having an issue. Then maybe first of all take you to the customer service. So you will get to interact with the customer service, and in case the customer service is unable to handle your call, they might transition you to sort of like a customer success person. So that whole process of transferring you from one stage to another is handled there. And then the documentation is really detailed in case you have to you want to utilize anything. So we also have voice actions. So if you want to check them out, you can easily just come to module 2 over here, and then you will just get to understand how to utilize voice. So by the end of this objective, you will be able to like build out inbound and outbound flows using XML. You will also be able to implement the different call actions that they say, the play, the get digits, recording, dialing, also using XML. And then finally, you'll be able to handle webhooks and callbacks. I think I'll show you some of that as we proceed. And then for virtual numbers, all of these have been mentioned. So the different call actions, so the say, the play, get digits, all of these are in XML. So we have here like an initial minimal example in case when you are dialing the code. We have the welcome, so it will just respond with so we have the response and the value in between. That's the say action. That's just helping you, is just letting you to welcome Cosonto, please hold when we connect you. Then we can combine multiple actions. So we can combine say and play. So we can tell them thank you for calling. So the call might be recorded for quality purposes, and then we can play an intro or maybe like a whole music. And then we can also combine other menus, other actions. So we have the get digits and the say action. So the get digits has a different parameters. So we have the timeout. So the timeout is basically the time required before you input a value. And then we have the unfinished key. So when the unfinished, so if a user presses the pound key or the hash key, that's signaling that they have inputted their values. And then we have the number of digits. So the number of digits are like a sequential number of digits that you want to capture. So in case you have 1 as the value, so the user will only have to input 1 as the number of digits. So like the only one value, it doesn't have to be like number 1. And then the callback URL, this is like how you want to transition from the get digits menu, the get digits action to sort of a different menu. We'll just see that in action really quick. And then we'll just provide them a say action whereby we'll just let them know, press 1 for sales, press 2 for support, or press 3 to hear this menu again. And then in case no digits were inputted, so we can just default back and tell them that we did not receive any input. We can either terminate that or do that flow again. So, okay, then we have the record action. So in case you want to leave like a message, you can use the recording action. So you can have the max length of the action. So the max length 60 seconds. And then when a user finishes, they can just put in the hash key and then the callback. So this is the URL that you want to receive the recording, the recording of the voice that the users recorded. And then we have the dialing. So this is another action. So all of these have been documented over here. We have just covered the say, the play, the get digits, the dial, also the record. And then, okay. So we have an example over here, but I'll just showcase a quick example on my end. Let me just showcase that really quick. Just take a sip of water, and then I'll come back in a few. Give me like a minute or so, in case you have any question. so far, just put it on the chat and then I'll respond to it promptly. Thank you. Just give me a minute. Okay, now we'll dive deep into our next example for voice really quick. So we'll just come here and then we'll proceed to, I'll give you sort of like a cheat code on our voice example. So we'll just call it customer service. Then we have that. Then we'll just clean that up as we run it really quick. So that and also accidentally that. So we only require those, and then we have our customer service. So most of these were shared in the previous session, but I'm just going to be relaying them quickly again over here. And then we can easily let me just update this as module starts as what's that voice menu. Just cleaning this really quick. So since the examples I had provided were not really accurate, just clean them up and so that we can easily connect them with our voice routes. So we have the voice menu over there, And then we have the incoming voice calls. So we can just call this spots dot incoming voice. And then we can just call cut sync on that. And then we have the request and the response. Then we can just put that over there and clean that up. Then we also have the default one for SMS. We can just say spots dot SMS customer service. Then we will just clean that. And then we can proceed. We have the SMS, then we have the incoming voice and the different voice menus. We'll just explain them in a few. And then we'll just update our phone number over here. So we can just call it voice phone number. So we'll just update our ENV. So since we'll just utilize the number that we have been provided with, I'll just copy it and update it there. I'll update it on my ENV in a few. I'll just come here and fix our voice routes. So we have voice. Let's require customer service. Is equals to so this is customer service. Then we have voice. Okay. Router dot post. Then we have our initial one. Our initial one is incoming voice. We can just give it a descriptive name. So on our route, we can just call it slash voice. And just call it coming slash webhook. Just use this one as an example. Incoming webhook, and then we'll just connect our customer service dot incoming voice, and then we'll also connect our. So we'll just connect our other route. So which was where is it? Voice menus. Go back here and then just call it menus. So we'll have slash voice slash menus and slash voice slash incoming webhook. Yes, and then we can just connect that customer service dot voice menu. We have that connected, and then for our SMS route, we can easily just come here and connect that as well. You can just, so since this is also going to be like a web sort of like a bot or an incoming message, so we'll just do router dot post as well, and then we can just say customer service slash webhook. And then we'll just do let's just import it real quick. Const customer service is equals to, so let's require it really quick. Services and customer service. We'll connect that as customer service dot SMS customer service. So we have that connected as well. So we'll just review it with you guys in case anything is not clear. So let's see if our service is actually going to run fast before we update anything else. So we have the incoming over here. So the incoming, so when you make a call to this number for our customer service, we'll just go to this section over here. So we have we need to also save this in our envs. Let me update this env and share it again. Okay, updating that. Let me see if there's another variable that I need to update. Okay, I think so far seems to be okay. I think I've updated most of them. So they should run without any hitch. And then we'll just stop this, clear that out. So we'll just review it again. So we'll have, this is the entry point. So in case we have our initial state over here, so we'll just transition to this menu. So this is supposed to be slash EI slash V1 slash voice slash menus. Just correct that. Okay. So this is how we'll transition. So, okay. Then in case you have a balance, we'll do that. Okay. This one seems to be okay so far, so good. Yeah, I'll just review that again. The entry points, then you have incoming, and then we'll just transition to the different menus over there. We'll just see that in action as we test it out. Let's try and run it and see if we have any issues. No issues so far. Okay, very nice. So we'll now confirm if our NGROC is running. We can see our SSD bank is everything was okay. All the dials are working. So we'll now just confirm. Just need to change the URL for our voice application. So this callback will just come here and update it to that API v1 voice. Then we have the incoming. So let me just confirm the name we have given it. So we have incoming slash webhook. Just copy that and update it over there. So we have API v1 voice incoming webhook, and then let's save that. Callback has been updated. So for this to work, you have to have some balance on your account. But if this is your first time creating an account, you'll have like some 10 shillings to play around with. Okay, so now let's hope everything is connected, and then we can test out this application of ours. Okay, we'll monitor the logs, and then we'll dial this number really quick. I'll show you as I dial it. So the number is 07 11 08 23 48. I'll just check my logs and hope for the best. Okay. Let me refresh these and see. Nothing so far. Check my sessions. So there's another updated. Something wrong with it. Just confirm that again. Or let me just restart. Maybe the NGROC service had an issue. We'll just restart it. Oh. Just copy it again. And save that. Then we can try running it again and see if we'll have. You can just monitor the logs over here. That's fine. It's okay. Just confirm. API. Noise is great. So the app is currently not running or deployed. I'm not sure why it's using wrong callback. Probably it hasn't updated yet or something. Let's refresh that. It seems to be going to the wrong callback so far. Just confirm if that has been updated on my phone number. So we can confirm that this is it's running on the Ngirock and coming webhook. So there seems to be like a delay in updating the callback. We'll just give it like a minute or so and try again. But as we wait, we'll just finalize on voice over here. We have the different, as I was saying, we have the different actions, the different call actions. So we have like a new feature whereby you can combine multiple call actions. So you can add call actions while making a call. So let's say, for example, you want to sort of play an OTP message, or you want to play an audio for a user, or you want to sort of perform a say action. So you can easily utilize this call actions feature, whereby by using this endpoint, you can provide your username in the headers. We have the username and no in the request body and the API key in the headers. So you can pass in the request parameters. So we have the username from. So this is the phone number that has been issued to you by AT. Then two, these are the list of phone numbers that you want to call. So this is an array of a comma separated list of phone numbers. Then the call action. So if you want to say a text, so we have the action type, that's say, and the action type is say, and then you provide the text. So the text is if you want to provide for them an OTP, you can just let them know your OTP is that, and then just this one makes life easier for you. So if you don't want to constantly hit your callback, you can easily just utilize this feature. So by just using this call actions feature, just call the person, and then you can combine multiple actions. So you can first of all do the say, and then you can also do a play action, and then finally you can also redial or perform a dial action to a different phone number. So, and then we also have a conference feature. So a conference call. So if you have been in a situation whereby you have multiple people connected in a single call, you can utilize this call conferencing feature. You can, there are a lot of features that you can do. You can, or let's say, for example, if you are joining Google Meets, you always see that option whereby you can either join that meeting via a call, a phone number, by calling that phone number. So you can utilize sort of this feature while building out maybe a WebRTC application, whereby you can have people dialed on an online call, but you can also dial in that call by calling this phone number. And then I will not elaborate more on this WebRTC client, but maybe as we proceed on the next sessions, we'll cover some of these features and how you can easily power them using AI. And then for SIP, we'll cover this probably in the next session. But let's just confirm and see if maybe the callback has been updated. Let me just refresh that and try it again, and then we'll confirm. Okay. So it seems that it hasn't been updated yet. Yeah, since this is that call. Not sure why it's taking so long to update it. Service is still unavailable. I'm not sure why. I will just wait for it as we. Okay. I'll just wait for it as we finish up here on the documentation. So we'll just okay, let me just reconnect again. From this initial session, we have covered voice, USSD, and also SMS. So these and then we have two practical examples that I've shared. So we had the initial one for building out a simple SMS bot. So you can go crazy with it. So we have seen how you can receive a call, you can receive a text from an end user and respond back to it. So you can either combine it with AI as a chatbot. So when a user sends a message to the AI will respond back with text, and then you can chunk it together or chop it to manageable bits in case you don't want to blast that whole text to the user. Make it more chunkable, make it more readable for the end user. Then we have covered USSD. We have seen how you can navigate from one menu to another. We have seen the different session state managements. We have seen how some small optimizations for USSD while using by managing state. And also we'll just see how you can default back to SMS. We can actually test out our application since voice is not working, and we can also default back to SMS. We can just confirm if everything is actually working. So to do that, we'll just come back here, and then we'll just see our SMS routes. So our callback is customer service webhook. So we'll just copy that, and then let's quickly update that and see it in action. So let's go to our sandbox. Since I don't have a live shortcode at the moment, go to SMS callbox. So this is also like a different example you can utilize SMS. So we'll go to SMS. Then we have our endpoint as customer service webhook. Let me clean that up. And then let me just copy this forwarding URL. Okay, copy that. And then I'll update that really quick. Submit that update. And then we'll just come back to our service over here. since we are unable to utilize voice, we'll just utilize SMS. So these are some of the use cases. So like in case your voice application is not working, you can easily utilize SMS as a fallback for that, since SMS is working most of the time. We'll come here and see if we have any intro menu for our customer service. So we'll receive a text and then we'll handle that text. We'll create a session and then we'll greet them. So do we have any default one? So we'll come here. So our code was, let's just confirm that. This was our code. This is what we'll be using. We can just type out menu and see. Yes, amazing. So these are welcome to our customer service. So 1, to check balance, 2, to report an issue, 3, to speak to an agent. So we can do option 1. We want to check our balance. So this is my current balance. So I'm told to respond with menu to return to the menu, or I can do option 2 to log a message. Let's just type menu again, go back, and then we can then option 2 to report an issue. Also describe our issue in detail. We can say we are unable to access the voice service. We have described our issue. Then we have a ticket that has been logged, and then we've been notified that we'll get a response on why our menu, our voice application is unable to work. So we have logged our ticket, and that's how you can easily default back to SMS in case voice doesn't work. So this, I've just shown you an example. Yes, so you can just type out menu and see out the different menus that we have. And then option 3, when you want to speak to an agent, let's see what will happen. So it's supposed to call, but we set a blank menu. So we can go back and see what's been happening on our logs. So we have our customer service application. It's working perfectly. All our webhooks are being called. Our logs are actually clean. Nothing is failing so far. So I'm not sure why our voice application has been having such a challenge. Let me try and call it again and see if any update has been done. Maybe that time is the charm. Yes. So we can see we have received a voice incoming webhook, and then something seems to fail. So I think it has updated. So let's just confirm that really quick. So we'll just confirm on voice, on our sessions. So we have one that's successful, the inbound call. Yes. So we can see this is what we had on our, this is what we had on our customer service application. So we have, I've received a woman's voice whereby it's telling me, welcome to our customer service. So press 1 to check your balance, press 2 to report an issue, or press 3 to speak to an agent. So this is the response, and we can see it has been updated to our current webhook. That's how you can combine or do multi. We'll come back here again. That's how you can do multi-channel application architectures by combining different Africa stacking services to build out different use cases. So we have seen how you can easily utilize USSD, you can utilize how you can easily utilize voice, and how you can easily utilize SMS to do all of that. So the next steps are mostly going to be how you can perform AI integration, but we'll leave that for the next modules. But since this is a self-paced type of program, you can easily go through this, and we can easily just go through this since it's really self-explanatory, but we'll cover this in the next session on how we can combine. So since was sort of like the intro bit, we'll now combine AI and voice, or AI and SMS, since we can't combine that with USSD at the moment. So thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. We'll be handing it back to MK in case there are no questions. Feel free to put them on the chat if you need any clarifications. Yes, thank you and have an amazing evening. Back to you, MK.
Great session, Ian. Thank you so much. That was wonderful session. Now, my question actually is to the attendees. Do you think we should go on, or should we push the next session to the next session we have on Tuesday? Because the other one is also packed. Mine, I don't know how long you'll take. Yeah, maybe you can suggest on the comments. We don't mind actually posing here, because I see also the attendees are now around, half of what we had here. Because I understand with the virtual session seated, you must be tired. Yeah, to take over an hour. Yeah. What are the attendees saying? Are you guys okay staying for over an hour? Yeah. The comments. All righty. No one is saying anything. Yeah, Eric is saying we pause there for today. The beauty is that the session is recorded. I don't know how many people would love to follow through. Okay, do it next week. Yeah, I agree with you guys, man. You have been here since morning, and it's been like, it's like a hackathon where you code for 8 hours. And this weekend is a holiday, so we try our best to share. But Manya, what do you think? Manya is ready. Is ready to fire. Would you make it an hour flat for these guys so that? Yeah, the recording will be shared for sure.
So
Yes, Manya?
yes. So MK, the thing is, I added more content just to align with the whole program, and
Yeah.
some of the things they are very complicated, and unless I give you an overview for 5 minutes, but that you're going to miss out on a lot. So we just have to.
So can we do this on Tuesday? Because Tuesday we'll do another session. Instead of doing 2 hours, we do like 4 hours. But now we start with a session because either way we need people a bit fresh and and all. Is that okay?
Works for me.
Yeah. Because also I know also you on this session since morning and you must be tired because also you're listening in and whatnot. And guys, these people are really building these models as we go. And going forward, you might see us now even starting incorporating Google stuff. See, I've not seen Google developer experts in these sessions, but not to worry. We'll have a sync with Google to see how can we assist them to be able to come and contribute fully on this. But either way, we'll be doing this going forward to see how do we combine the two to give you the bigger picture. But today, ideally, don't be stressed. The plan was not to have all the session together. We were supposed to have module 1, 2, and 3. But given today's event was supposed to be in person, but now it's virtual, we decided let's give a whole overview, hands-on, not just overview, because you have done like few overviews with the trainer for trainers and one immersion that we did the day before yesterday, which the video is also on YouTube. Nothing stops you from going and immersing yourself. We will just, the other session will not be as hard, but we'll do another in person where we get in a room, do all these sessions together. Possibly the week after next. The week after next, you will, but the problem is that the week after next, you'll be in Joburg. Chances you'll be in Joburg. But not to worry, we'll find a way to get it. But since you are here, you should be able to really hack all the other modules because the URLs are there, the labs are there, the code is there. It's just for you now to think, what are you building, utilizing what is there. If it's a Gemini API, if it's contributing to the SDK or building an SDK around it, you have everything you need. Us is just to guide you. And by the way, both us as much as possible. I know there are people who had a challenge to doing the virtual session. Not to worry, we'll be sorting that. Also, people have not been getting emails for the events that have been published. We're also working on that. So thanks for keeping here. But mine take 5 minutes just to give us an overview and then we come to a conclusion and then we'll pick it up on Tuesday, if that's okay with you.
Okay. So there is this new notebook I made that incorporates what I talked about before to do with the AI safety stuff and also the confirming whether your models are actually doing the right thing. So I can just say like this is just the only extension I'm going to add is now using the curated list that Google has of models that can do very interesting things apart from what you've seen before. Things like identify things in images, process text, speech to text, which you may have had before, text to speech, analyze videos, and also we'll probably work on something to do with conservation. Yeah, it's just something you're gonna do for conservation. And then there's a way I'm gonna show you how to make like applications on Colab. And I think I can show you the interface a bit if you've never seen this before. Yeah, so this is like an interface I have made where Gemini gives you like a description of that particular place, like it was some forest, and then it gives you some explanation about it. This is a very long message. Obviously, I'm gonna fix that. Then if you clicked on send SMS, it actually sends it to this person. So you've just made an interactive app here. And then for the other stuff, it was mostly a Hugging Face space where it was like a dashboard that has a couple of tools to help you figure out whether your model is actually doing the right thing, especially if you endeavor to make what do you call it? Yeah, if you endeavor to make like some of these models on your own. Yeah, and this one was to do with the application that actually sends it basically takes all the services you've been exposed to in the session and then makes a whole dashboard. But this one is not powered by the normal, hey, I'm just writing functionality to send SMS and stuff. This is like the large language model will actually take over that task. And all you just do is give it prompts and then it'll be able to do those particular tasks for you. So it would be cool if you just go through this ahead of time and then you will be good to go. I think that was 5 minutes. Back to you, MK.
Yes, thanks, Maine. Again, apologies. We would love to conclude this. The plan was to conclude it today. Why am I hearing myself? Okay. Yeah, so the plan was to conclude this today, but it's just one module, but that module is very, very interesting because now it immerses us into AI and part of machine learning and a bit of security around it. So let's put this on Tuesday. So mark your calendar on Tuesday. We'll be here again for like 4 hours, deep dive. But after that, I think the other session will be in person. So share with the community. Let them know that this will be published as soon as possible, so that it can allow you to also immerse yourself through the long weekend. And through the long weekend also start building. We'll have to hear now more questions where people are stuck, debugging, and what is not working on your code. Also, I would love myself and Bwana Graham, we would love to help you think through your ideas so that you shape them really well in a way that it impacts across Africa and to set you up for winning. In fact, we were discussing, can we bring the customers in the room to see what you have built? If that's something you're excited about, let us know in the comment. This is your event, man. We're just your servants. So let us know what you may need. Maybe final day, we should invite like 50 customers across Africa to join so that they see what you're building with AI. Remember, not every company has an AI strategy, and they might see your solution and incorporate it in their day-to-day. And maybe, you never know what happens. You might be that problem, might be that solution that they are looking for. So we are looking at that and many others. There's also Google for Startup. Who knows? Maybe your solution should be part of Google for Startup in Africa about AI. So there's so much opportunity in this if you look at it from the point of you're building for Africa, both using 2G and AI. So thank you so much. Until next time, have a good day. Also, sorry, before I say goodbye, if you didn't like the music, let us know. We love music. Let us know the kind of music you like to listen to. Or the vibes, we are here to improve and ensure that you're having a good time. Until next time, maybe you guys should unmute your videos by now. You've not seen some of you here. At least you say bye-bye. That's not so hard. I'll be waiting to see who unmutes their video. This you can see Akolo, you can see Gidungo, you can see Oliver there. Riziki, you, but you'll have to see. Joy, by the way, you've been so resilient. There's one person who was all locked out. You've been here. We celebrate you. You can see Jack, Kiplagat. I think Kiplagat was in the last session. It's good to see you again. Aremi, nice to see you, Riziki. Faris, man, we celebrate. Who is that? Who was that? There's someone on the side there. Are you guys like 5 in a room? But it's too dark. Who is that? We can't see you, bro. Can you go? This is Monene. He was texting me, asking me how to join online. Glad to see that you joined. Kimani Moirori. Hi, Eric. You see now it becomes live. I wish you were doing this when we can see how you are reacting. Arimi, do you want us to see you, Jack? Now that I say Joy has been here, now she has left. Goodbye, guys. Until next time, have a good, wonderful weekend and happy Mazingira Day. Dagi, if you can come back in the room, that would be great.
Yes, I'm on the way. Thank you.